Hey, good morning, everybody. It's another great day, of course, because it's a day I can stream again. I'm working on a skeleton crew. As visitors often do, they tend to disrupt the schedules. Spencer and Robert and Garrett were having a great time till too late at night. So Robert's not feeling on top of the world, and Garrett is probably still sleeping. So Spencer will join us here in a little bit. He just took a little break and probably got caught by Mama Doctor talking for a bit. So he's not in the office, but he'll be here shortly. And we have Icy Knight here today. He is first, but he hasn't redeemed first. But Rally Enjoyer perhaps is second. Very good. So that's the Twitch chat there, and the YouTube. And Spencer has just walked in the door, so he'll say hi in a moment. Stanislav says hello. Waller 54 says yo, and Asuna Senko says hello. And Lara Clocks greets us from a language it looks like in Russian. At least uses the same alphabet as Russian, but we don't talk Russian, so I'm not quite sure what he said. There. So, all right.
We did have some fun, even though, stayed up too late and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But a couple nights ago, we did get the whole family together to play a fun game of Blood on the Clock Tower. A lot of fun jokes. The whole, all of my sister's family, her husband and her older kids, her teenager kids, and plus all of us boys, mom and dad. It was a whole lot of fun. There was a point when my mom, because, it's a social deduction game like Mafia or Among Us or whatever. Mom says, you three boys are such good actors. I don't know, which one of you it is. It could be Garrett, but Spencer, all those features, I don't know. And in the end, it turned out it wasn't us. It was my sister who was the bad guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm the one running the game, so I'm just in my head laughing so hard because it's just, you're right, Mom. You're right.
Yeah. Garrett and Spencer are really good actors, but
the one sitting next to you.
yeah, Brita sitting next to you fooled you all the way to the end of the game.
Oh, it was great.
The only one that didn't fool me was Garrett.
Yeah.
He telegraphed so much that he was a bad guy. I couldn't believe he was the demon specifically just because he was so over the top about it.
Yeah. Well, somebody ought to just kill him just for good nature. I mean, just for good measure, But he eventually did. He didn't get voted, did he?
Oh yeah, you guys voted him out.
Okay.
And look, Spencer just subscribed.
Yeah.
Prime.
He gave us his Prime subscription.
I thought I'd already done that. I thought this was just notifying you guys.
Oh.
Okay, very good.
And I'm pulling up all the chats so I can see you guys' chats too. Hello, chat.
Yeah, if you could kind of help read chats, because Robert's voice is a little bit flaky this morning.
I'm having to go from the viewer point of view, so I'm seeing what you guys see. Yeah, I'm gonna play the game. We'll see how well that goes.
Yeah, well, I don't know how to explain Mega Meaty Bacon Man and his builds. I really just don't.
Well, how about we show the viewers what you're doing?
Yeah, let's show the viewers what I'm seeing.
Oh, what?
Welcome to the hub with a miscellaneous block signal right in the middle here.
Things have changed a
A little bit big. Yeah, things have changed a little. They're definitely not the fashionable factory that I left. Yeah. Let's not make a line straight across. Let's make it kind of go uphill. That's funny. All right. Well, we've got this. Oh, and it goes downhill over here. We got hypertubes going everywhere. They scare me when I don't know where they're going. Got a shiny building over here. We've got a watchtower here that they conveniently made a hole for, but it's not even as high as this floor, so it doesn't help much. And boy, we have a lot of building that's gone on up here, and another big building over there. On pillars, nonetheless. Okay. Plates being made there. And so we got these conveyors, and we got aluminum being made here. We got some foundries. Yeah, refineries over here. The refineries are making what? These are making iron ingots from iron ore and water. So they're using the pure ingot recipe, pure iron ingot recipe, making 65 per minute. That's pretty good. Pretty good. It shows that we have to have more fused frames. Fused, what kind of frames are they? Modular frames, fused modular frames. And radiation filters. This is obviously a creation of Mega Meaty Bacon Man, because he always loves to use Z's and drive me nuts at the end of his words. So, well, if they're making filters, let's see. Oh, is that the container that they're in? These are gas filters. Okay. Well, but those are gas filters. Misrepresentation. Much? My. Radiation filters. And we've got gas filters in here. He fooled me again. He just doesn't like Okay, fine. So those are making iodine infused filters. And we got a container full of... Those filters go there and out. And they get flown someplace? Okay, so they're coming out of here. That container is just... It's just sitting here.
Uploading them, though.
Interesting.
What are you trying to solve?
I'm just trying to find where the radiation filters are.
Oh.
So the regular filters are coming in here, and the overflow is filling up those containers. And over here somewhere, that comes out. And where's... Oh,
Are there any in the depot?
probably. Let's see.
So Keeg says, "Good morning, Doc and Sons." One Metal Fist says hi.
There's 200 of them in there.
It's not. I must be missing chat in my Windows.
Eric says, "Good morning, everyone."
And there's the iodine infused filters. Yay. Now I just need to put about 600 in my inventory and I'll be doing just fine.
And Nick Wigington says, "Your videos have been helping me a lot in this game."
Oh, gosh. You didn't take the bait, Robert.
What?
You didn't take the bait.
No, I'm sorry. I don't have brain space for that today.
Oh, okay. I just said I needed to put about 600 of these ionized filters in my bags.
That's not a joke. That's just torture.
How do you planify a mega factory? I don't planify anything, really.
And Eric just subscribed.
Alrighty.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Gave us his Prime subscription. We do appreciate that.
Do you want to try giving a stab at a little bit more, little more instruction than that?
Hey, Robert.
In the university, if.
Okay. Yeah, we can do how to plan a mega factory. Sure.
Okay. And then I guess I need to adjust some audio settings because we added a new mic today, so things are
Yeah, I was recently added in. Now you can hear my sultry voice.
Oof. 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 Okay.
Oh.
Robert, would you mind sending me the source link for the chat, because my I'm seeing messages are finally popping up for me that came up like 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Go ahead, Doug.
Alrighty, we have a question from Casty. How do you planify a mega factory? Well, how do you plan a mega factory? He says, I started a new world with my friends. We're on phase 2 and our factory isn't even mounted. And it's already getting out of our hands. Any advice? I'm not quite sure what it means by mounted. But basically you want to plan your factory where we've got plenty of room to expand sideways. And once you expand sideways enough, then you can obviously go up. So don't put your factory in a cave, definitely. So plan plenty of space so that you can keep busting the walls out and going out sideways and various areas. So you want to build it in a place where you're not bounded by things. Like I wouldn't put my factory down here, for example, because I got a bunch of rock over there. I did plan a factory over this lake one time, and then I realized that I had this huge rock there and that huge rock there, and of course the huge rock over there, and it prevented me, with all of these obstructions, it prevented me from making a good contiguous factory. My audio went out for a second there. Huge contiguous factory. So not being able to go wide creates a real issue. So plan it over the ocean, or plan it over a large lake where you've got a good flat area to do. Grassy Fields has a great flat area to do where you can, all you have to do is clear off trees and you can, clear the area. That's the first step. And then when you get and you put in a manifold, make sure there's more room at the end so that you can add more items in the manifold, more constructors or assemblers or manufacturers. Keep those available at the end so that you can add to those manifolds later on, because when you upgrade your the speed of your belts, you can carry more product to the end farther than what you can with a Mark II or Mark III belt. So when you get into the Mark V belt and the Mark VI belt, you can lengthen those out and produce more with the same manifold. So leave space at the end of those manifolds. And then, leave a floor in between each floor that you do. In other words, your first floor should not be on the ground. Your first floor should leave space so that you can move your logistics, all your spaghetti, they call it, all your conveyors, such, so you can move them underneath the factory and not have to worry about them cluttering up where you've got all your machines that are making product. So then you can just pull product up from the floor to go into your machines, or down through the floor to go out of your machines and into containers or into transportation hubs or whatever. That allows you just to keep things neat and tidy on each floor and be able to see what's there. Put signs everywhere to identify what that particular line is. You saw a sign that said that it was making the ionized infused filters, or radiation filters as it was called on this building here. Identify each of those lines so that you can know what's there, and you can easily find what you need when you need to pick up some product and go do an upgrade like the Fix-It Blueprints Mark III I have on my screen. If you keep all those things in mind, that does a good job, and you can keep building and making it more and more efficient as it goes. So I hope that helps. Let's go back. Okay. All right.
Okay, well, we have a couple more questions,
We do.
but I'm trying to... Interesting. My microphone isn't doing well. I'm not sure what's going on with it, but I'm trying to fix a few things.
Okay.
So
Well,
give me a moment and we'll do another question.
I'm hearing you just fine. It's the stream that's not hearing you well.
They're hearing me, but it's sounding pretty garbled.
Interesting.
Like there's some issue with it.
Interesting.
Can you not kill the weird helium-looking tick things? Because I've run them over with a truck like 10 times and it's not dying.
Yeah, they're friendlies. And you just can't kill... Well, you can kill friendlies eventually, but there's no value in doing that.
Well, the value is then he won't be in the way.
Well, you can just kind of poke them and they'll move along usually.
I don't know, it's kind of fun seeing them roll over.
Okay. This is interesting architecture here. Very interesting. This factory has just gone crazy. And look at these. And then the walkways in between. That's pretty neat. Walkways or roadways. I can't tell quite which from up here. But this is pretty cool. And of course, Mega Meaty Bacon Man's signature. Let's put a belt where it doesn't belong. So the belt goes down the hole and to its various locations. Ha ha ha. Okay.
Okay, another quick test of the audio.
Okay. Can everybody hear Robert in his usual clear voice?
It's a little bit better, but unfortunately, Garrett's going with a soundboard, so every time I have to walk away from my desk,
Thanks to whoever left the truck in this shop, because I finally made the tick thing disappear.
Okay. So, yeah, I've had the tick thing, the whale tick. The confusing beast is what it's really called. Oh, so that's where we're making gas filters.
good. Yeah, Chingo says the audio's a lot better.
Okay.
Good.
What did you adjust?
Thank you, Chinko, for being picky.
I had the wrong mic set up facing me,
Oh,
and it had turned around, so it was facing away from me, and Garrett had fixed it on his end by turning the volume way up
oh, oh.
in order to hear me properly. So I got it facing me again and was able to turn the volume back down, and suddenly it's clear.
Yep, it was topping out then, huh?
You can send me the source for that. So
Okay.
I'm not going to see chat being knowledge. It's just not being very used.
Right. So for you, you either have to watch them on Twitch or YouTube to see the chat.
Yeah.
So it won't work if I have the source there.
So, or yeah, you get the source, so you can add it to your own OBS instance.
I mean, or I can
Yeah,
have a web
yeah.
browser. I don't know if it would work that way, but that's why I was thinking that if it was a web browser link, which usually those things are.
Let's see if this works for you. Annoying. 'Cause it's-
All right, they're working out.
Yeah, sorry guys. Again, technical difficulties, right?
Yeah, I'm unfortunately a little bit distracted by them doing it above my head. I got a monitor that monitors the screen up above my head, so yeah, it's doing a bunch of changing that's not part of the stream, and so that's just a little distracting. So
Just a wee bit.
just a wee bit. All right, I do not know where. Let's see. Do I have use modular frames? No, there's none in the depot. So not sure if any are being made anywhere. So I don't know how many people are online with me. There's me and somebody else. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna resume game and I'm gonna go here. Chinko. Oh, Chinko and Tom. And Chinko's no longer on the game, so I can't get him this way. Okay. Well, we need the fused modular frames to get through Blueprints Mark III. That's interesting. Blueprints Mark III, and we're already on to phase 5. So we're making fused modular frames somewhere, because you can't get the nuclear pasta till you make fused modular frames. So they're being made someplace. I just don't know where.
Okay, Doc, you ready to go for another question now that we've somewhat solved our audio issues here?
Sure.
Give me
Let's
just
do
a second.
that.
I'll pull it up. And...
You'll find it again and then pull it up, right?
Yeah, there we go. We'll do this one.
All right. Thus asks, Doc, can you show how you rig up your manufacturers? I've recently learned there's about 1,000 ways to do it. Well, the inputs, because they're 4 inputs side by side and they're all hardware input, not liquids, they usually need a system of lifts. So let me just go down here. So if we take and put a manufacturer down here, okay? The output is easy because it's just a single output. Okay, you can get that into mergers and take them out. The challenge usually comes with the front end, where you've got 4 ports right next to each other. And what you do is you basically put a splitter in front of this one and go straight into this one, and then go to your next machine over. Let's put 2 side by side so we can do that. And then you just put a splitter here. You put a splitter there, and I'm going to go that direction. Yeah, I'm going to go that direction. And you put a splitter on this one. Okay. I just need to take a look and see where it's at. Yeah, about right there. And then you can just link these You can just link these with your conveyors, but I put that one in the wrong place. Sorry. Got ahead of myself. There we go. So then you just, just link those together. Now that's the easy one. But how do you handle now, unless you're going through all these, how do you handle getting stuff into those? Well, what you do is you go to your lifts. And you go ahead and put a lift here. You leave that one at the default level. Then you go and put this one up a couple levels. And then here you go 1, 2 to equal that one, and then 2 more to get it above that. And if you do that all the way across here, then you can easily take your splitters and go ahead and attach them to here. And then you draw your conveyors right across. Now it looks like there's a bit of clipping, and I just for these I don't worry about this bit of clipping that goes through the sides of these. It looks neat and efficient, and that's how you really manage getting your product into the conveyors. And notice, everything's coming from this side, so you've got, your supply lines coming in here, and it flows then down to the next one, and you fill both of the manufacturers. Just as simple and easy as that. So I hope that helps. And let's go ahead and go back to the game.
Okay. Let me read a couple comments, then we'll go back to another question. So one Metal Fist said they sent a message to Garrett on Discord. Wanted to mention it. They say maybe make a short video for console players explaining how to access the flashlight. I played for 3 weeks before finding it because the game never really explains it. You could even turn into a small series about console controls and hidden features. It would really help a lot of new players.
Okay.
We might need to do that.
Does that mean we need to get a controller?
Well, I have a controller. What I need to do is research to see how different the console version is versus the console controls for the desktop version.
Yeah, make sure that they're the same. Yeah.
So yeah, I'll add that to our list and see what we can come up with.
Yeah, we don't even have a console to test things on, so
yeah,
we'll have to figure it out. So, how did you find out? What was the method to turn on the headlight that you found on console? Okay. Keegs didn't like me doing one at a time. So now if I want to irritate people online, I just delete things one at a time. Yes, I know how to delete the multiples. Good habits. I was listening to comments. I wasn't... Anyway, go ahead.
Stubby says, howdy, back from working on the road. Did some work for the GE9X engine going on the Boeing 777.
All right. Good.
Oh my gosh.
GE is the exclusive supplier for the 737 and the predominant choice on all of its other models.
I thought we were doing Rolls-Royce engines.
They are premium engines.
Okay.
And if a company is really, really tight at the hip with wanting to stay British, they can get a Rolls-Royce engine.
Oh, okay.
But I maintained the firing order for commercial airplanes, and the firing order is basically the schedule of output for the factories for all models. In managing that firing order, I saw what engines were going on each one, and what all the packages were, what the interior packages were supposed to be, everything. And it was the GE engine was the predominant engine chosen there. You very seldom saw a Rolls-Royce, and you saw a few more Pratt & Whitneys, but the predominant engine was GE. So kudos to you for working on that engine.
Okay. Let's do another question.
Okay.
Today is a question day.
It is. Well, good. The Real Fort Maker says, "Hey, Doc, I'm creating a 153 fuel generator with all the nodes in the spiral coast. Any tips to get up the fluid transportation and where to lay out the refineries? Well, you lay out the refineries. I When I built my large oil fuel-based generator farm in my 1.0 world, I transported all of the oil from the wells to the platform and put all my refineries on that platform with the downstreams being eventually the fuel generators. What I did there is I made turbo fuel in that regard. I transported, I processed coal into compacted coal in the Dune Desert, transported it by train, and moved that onto the factory. So I put my refineries generally with my generators. Whether those generators and the platform creating the fuel is right next to the refineries, or in the case of my 1.0, I put them all the way out over the ocean to the north of Spire Coast. Whether you do it either way, I tend to put my refineries with the fuel generators. So that's what I would do. And if you move those platforms where you've got your fuel generators out over the ocean, I just pipeline it over to there because there's very, very little altitude change. So you don't have to worry much about pipes. So the transportation by pipe is really quite easy. Not a whole lot of ups and downs to consider or work through. So that's the way I would do it. And hope that helps. Let's go back to the game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have another question coming.
We'll give it a minute.
Okay.
One Metal Fist says, Doc, yesterday I built the iron wire factory and the reinforced plate factory. They're already up in the air. Now I'm working on steel pipes.
Okay. Man,
so One Metal
still
Fist
making progress with all those alt recipes. That's pretty cool.
And Pika Warps says, hi, y'all.
Hi.
Last time I played Satisfactory before this week was January 2025.
Oh,
Time's going way too fast.
Oh, no kidding. No kidding. Yeah, it's hard to believe that we're at our we're past our second anniversary for the channel. That kind of blows my mind too.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we've been streaming for almost a year and a half now.
Yep. And it's growing. We got a little ways to grow before I'm going to be the size of an I Am Kibitz or somebody like that. But we're going to get there eventually.
And we appreciate all you guys just coming and hanging out with us.
Yep.
Today.
Since I'm not sure yet where the fused modular frames are, I really don't think I'm going to stay in this world for very much longer. It's kind of lonely. My friends are off doing other things. So let's go ahead and I'm going to close Satisfactory here. Maybe we can go to a question while it's restarting again. Because I'm going to get to mod manager here and change my mods to.
Well, while Doc's doing that, I'll remind everybody that we are sponsored by Ping Players. They are a Satisfactory server host, and they host our multiplayer world that Doc was just on. So anybody who's a member of our channel can join that. And most everything built there was built by members. And if you want to get 35% off, you can get that with the code DOC35.
Yeah, and we've only had that going since middle of February.
Yeah,
and
like weeks.
We're already up knocking on the door of Phase 5, which is pretty cool. Pico Warp says, "Thank you, Pig Players." Okay.
Crooked Lip says, "I'm a new player." Yep, me too.
Fantastic. Well, we're going into what I call, because Mark said so, world. Mark is probably not going to be here today. He has some personal items to take care of. So Mark probably won't be here today, but this is the world that he had me set up, and the last color swatch that he had me select was this purple and black. I think my chicken out there has a cold.
I think he just died.
Yeah.
Sorry if that was loud.
Oh, it was so fun yesterday. Sammy, one of Spencer's dogs, got loose and found the chickens and was enjoying a romp with the chickens as the chickens were running for their lives, and that was way too funny. And they started just making awful noise. Anyway, it was crazy. After a while, it seemed that they lost their voice. They couldn't even crow anymore. They were making so much noise, because what the roosters do is they make a whole bunch of noise to let the hens know that there's a threat. And so the hens kind of all gathered together. They kind of sat down, and the crows, the roosters just kept making that awful noise. So why are these they're not getting any gas because they're not hooked up. Well, that's at least an easy solution, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, the one solution is to get rid of 3 of the 4 roosters.
Well, that doesn't help my nitrogen being loaded into my manufacturers.
But it does solve the chicken issue, which
yeah.
is what you were talking
Helps
about
the
when I
food
started reading this article and missed when you changed the subject.
Oh.
Question from Crooked Lip. What factory should I prioritize for the first 3 phases? I would actually like to know this too.
What factory should you prioritize? Make sure you're making a good amount of plates and rods. And then when you get frames unlocked, modular frames, start making a ton of those. Those 3 products go into a lot of other packages. The next thing is to make sure you've got a good amount of wire being created from your copper mine, and get a good large line going there, as big as you can get it. Tap into multiple mines, nodes if you can, and extract as much as you can and build as much of those as you can. The sheet isn't all that important until you get to do pipes, because pipes then use a lot of copper sheet. So there's a lot of need for all of the basics as you go farther down the line, because every single line later will pull from other parts that are made from rods and plates and potentially screws which come from iron, of course, and copper wire. Those are just your main ones. So make sure that those are built really, really strong, and you'll have a lot less trouble as time goes on. So, okay, looks like we've got green lights now that I hooked those up.
Asuna thinks that you misplaced one of those pipes.
Did I misplaced a pipe? I lost it somewhere?
I wouldn't know.
I mean, I would accuse Mega Meaty Bacon Man of losing his things, because he just lays them all over the place. But no, I think all those are working.
If you're wondering what the Russian was, he says, "Great content, keep up and great plant, keep up the good work. Thanks for the very helpful tips."
You're very welcome. Thank you. All of these are working. Okay, we've got them all working, and let's see how many we've captured here. We have over 50. Let's rush to the hub and unlock leading edge production. You know, I wish they would have been able to make the buttons click with the left mouse click, because that's what I always want to do. So I end up eating a berry every time. Or if I've got a weapon, I keep slapping it, because I point at the button and I click the button with my left mouse. That doesn't.
Okay, we do have another question from Asuna.
All right.
We'll wait until you get off the elevator, so you don't. Well, no, actually, you can do it now if you'd like.
Okay, let's do it. All right, Asuna asks, "Hey Doc, how do you decide on how much of one item to make? Generally, I make as much as I can make out of a node or out of the conveyor belts that I have. I just build it out as big as I can at first, and then I try to leave room to expand it as my belts increase in size. Because I know that later on I'm going to need more of those products, especially in the early game. We reuse and reuse and reuse those early game products in more complex builds later, like the fused modular frames that I just went and built. The history of those, the fused modular frame comes from the heavy modular frame, which comes from the modular frame, which comes from, rods and beats, I think, or something like that. It always goes down, and if you watch any tree like that, what you see is this one needs more of this, which needs more of that, which needs more of that, and it just works out like a tree like that, where you've got a ton of product going into those more complex builds. So I tend to build the max I can build based on the conveyor that I have, the mark miner that I have, and how much I can get to build at the time. I build at the max size I can, then move on and expand it later when I get an opportunity to. So I don't have a limit. I don't have a target for those. So hope that helps. And let's go out here to the hub, because I am going to unlock leading edge production.
So a little bit ago, Charlie Mason asked, and this is just before you made the switch over to this world, if your game is open to other players.
That world I was in at the very beginning is definitely open to other players. I have built very little except for the very, very beginning of that world. And most of everything after that's been built by our members who just enjoy hanging out and enjoy building things and showing them off. So we have players that come and play. They make videos on that world, just similar to, if you watch any Minecraft at all, similar to that. What's that big guy that all of them film off of theirs?
Oh, there's Hermitcraft. But there's a lot of servers.
Well, Hermitcraft is the one I know the best. Kind of like that. They have a community server, and every person on the community server films it from their point of view, and they all post videos doing their thing on that, and they have a focus. My focus was that we were going to make pretty factories. I don't know that we really achieved that, but to each his own when determining pretty, or fashionable, as I called it, the fashionable thing. So yes, if you become a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, you get access to play on that server, and we'd love to have you. So if you want to pony up with a little membership or subscription there, you can come play with us. And you can also play on our Minecraft server too, which we also have a lot of good things going on. So let's get the red button here.
Not the red button.
Yep, the red button.
The Miner Mark III provides top-of-the-line
Miner Mark
resource
III.
extraction potential, making it even easier to contribute to project assembly.
Oh, of course.
Project part number 8, the thermal propulsion rocket, is the most complex project part of this phase, as it requires turbo motors, thus requires your best.
And requires your
Fix
best.
it. Didn't think pioneers such as you could get this far.
Oh, of course, she's got to insult me.
Proven them wrong.
Happy Chili Day, everyone.
Chili Day.
Apparently.
It's apparently Chili Day. Okay.
That's a very happy day.
Oh, particle enrichment. Now, the plutonium pellets. Isn't it the plutonium pellets that you can stink?
Fourth Thursday of February, apparently.
Yep. So now we can make the nuclear pasta. So now I have all of, after I unlock this one, I have all of the things I need to complete phase 4. In other words, in this particular set of tiers, 7 and 8, you have to unlock all of the tiers in order to get all the recipes to make all of these. Now, I've already got the first 3, and I could have started building on those, but just didn't choose to. The nuclear pasta is made in the particle accelerator, so it makes sense that you would get the nuclear pasta here. Now, understand that the nuclear pasta, the pressure conversion cube, the fused modular frame, heavy modular frame, all of them are made from the same modular frame at the very beginning. So this is why you try to build a very robust bunch of lines from the very beginning, because you get this situation. So, okay, let's select that milestone, and we need quickwire. We need those are cooling systems, cooling units, and turbo motors, and fused modular frames, which we just created a line for. So the pod will return in 2.5 minutes, and I can go collect the fused modular frames and the wire right away. I haven't made a line for the other 2 yet, so I'm going to need to make those lines. And those lines are going to be important for the Phase 4 objectives too, so I want to do those well. Don't want to just do shoddy work on those. All right, let's go to the... Yeah, I'm going to go to that floor. Okay.
Fishing and Mushrooms says, again in Cyrillic, says, could you give me a shout out on your stream? That would be very nice. I recently started playing this game, and my factory is a spaghetti mess. So his name is Fishing and Mushroom.
Fishing and Mushrooms. Is that a channel also?
You can tell he started on Minecraft.
Yeah.
Fishing and Mushrooms, you think?
You think so?
That's more a joke than anything. I don't know.
All righty.
That's a pretty fun.
Yep. 3, 4, 5. I need 2,500 of those. Okay. And let's go to the fused modular frame floor. And, okay, fine. I'll fly over here.
And as soon as you're at rest, we got another question for you.
All right. Well, let's look at it. Okay, Toxic. And asks, hey, where's the best place for steel? I'm expanding into the desert for iron, thinking of using coal for steel. If you're talking about the desert being the Dune Desert, there's good amounts of coal there, and a steel plant works really, really well there. They're a little bit toward the north, and of course in the east. There's like 3 nodes in the east and 2 nodes in the northern area of the Dune Desert. And if you're talking the Rocky Desert doesn't have much in the way of coal. So I hope you're talking Dune Desert. And yeah, that's a very excellent place to build a steel factory. A lot of iron nodes there too, so that you can add there. What I would also recommend is that you try to get the solid steel alternate recipe by unlocking more hard drives, because the solid steel recipe allows you to pre-process the ore, the iron ore, into ingots, and then put the ingots together with the coal and make even more steel out of each refinery. So hopefully that helps. I think that's a great place to make a steel factory and get good production. So good luck to you, and let's go back to the game. Okay. All right, I need to go.
Doc.
What?
Productive Packer Deluxe.
Oh, can I just pick up modular frames first, and then I'll go down there?
Yeah, that's you get. Jay Vaughn says, no, right meow.
No, right now. I want my presents right now. Okay,
Oh
fine.
boy.
Oh boy, what?
I said, oh boy.
Oh boy, yeah. I'd love to say oh boy to Garrett right now.
Well, he's awake.
Well, good. I'm glad he's awake. He's not out here yet, though.
No, I heard Freya go outside just a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay. You got to walk the dog in the morning,
Oh,
or you end up paying the price for it.
especially when it's a big old German Shepherd.
All right, I need to go to the hub, which is on the train. The train is right there. Pretty soon I'm going to have to start building stuff on the top floor to make the final parts for the phase 4. And then I'll be on to phase 5. The most exciting phase of the game. Or should I say the most frustrating phase of the game?
¿Por qué no los dos?
What?
¿Por qué no los dos? Robert taught it to me.
Why not both? Yeah.
Why not both? Is that what you meant?
Yep.
Okay. So we just need to build a cooling system manifold and a turbo motor manifold. That one's done in a manufacturer, and that one is done in a blender. Okay. You know that with the exception of the water that's needed, that's probably good to build on the same floor with the other blenders that I have making the fused modular frames, because I already have the nitrogen gas coming up to that floor, and I've got more nitrogen gas than I need for the blenders that I'm using, so I've got surplus. I don't know that I've made the radiators yet. Okay, well, this will be interesting.
Have a good day, Keeks. Thanks for coming along.
Hey, yeah. All right, thanks for coming. And yes, I can delete multiple things at a time. I'll prove it someday to you. Okay.
Okay. Do we have time for another question?
Well,
Oh,
okay.
you have to do productive packer first, right?
Yeah, I guess I do. That's what I was working my way over here.
Yeah, well, let's do that first. We appreciate everybody's patience.
Okay. Well, I got the 1 star here. I'm trying for 2 stars. On this level, I'm trying to get 2 stars now. I've got 2 stars up here, and I'm working my way down to get a 2nd star on both. So, all right, let's go. That's in now. Oh, wow.
One Metal Fest says, this recipe is amazing. I'm using it in my build. I produce steel ingots by combining iron and coal, and it gives way more output than the default recipe. Then when you add the iron alloy ingot recipe, mixing iron with copper, you get even more steel potential overall. 2 recipes together are insanely strong.
Notice, Robert.
2 stars.
2 stars.
Good job.
Right, that direction. Okay, there. I reversed on the screen from what I see. Oh, from what I see. Okay, it's kind of like, almost looked like looking in a mirror. No, it's not like looking in a mirror. I'm looking at it the way you would see me rather than the way I would see me in a mirror. So it's reversed. I did it! I got a 2-star. All right. Up from the days that I couldn't even get 1 star. All right.
We got a couple of questions.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Ghost Pirate asks, do you prefer to use Mark 1 Blueprint Designer versus Mark 2? Would you switch your recipes? I prefer using a Mark II, and I prefer using a Mark III over the Mark II. I like making bigger blueprints. So yes, the bigger the blueprinter, the better. Believe me. Okay. So would I switch my recipes? I definitely would build a store or something, or build a manifold. I would come back and use that same manifold and switch recipes, like making a manifold for iron plate. I could use that same blueprint and change it to iron rods, and resave it as an iron rod manifold. Yeah, I have done that in many different situations where I would switch the recipes, open it up, switch recipes, resave it as a different name. I love the blueprinter. You don't see me using it as much until I get to the later game, but the blueprinter really, really helps a lot when you're like when I'm building trains in particular. So I hope that helps. Let's go back to the game.
J Fallen S says that he's listening to an audiobook while he's playing, and so he can remember parts of the story based on where he is in the game. And I've literally done the exact same thing where I'll listen to an audiobook or I'll listen to a song, and I remember, and I do one specific action, and I remember exactly what words in the song or what words in the story was playing when I was doing that action previously.
And let's go back to the game and the...
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Come on, editor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, that sort of phenomenon is there for you. For some reason, if you guys remember the TV show House, for me, that show and flying around Northrend in Wrath of the Lich King mining are linked forever. And anytime I see a clip, that's what I think of, because that's what I did when I watched the show.
Interesting.
I think it's safe to say you were doing too much mining in Northrend.
Yes.
All righty. Come on, where is that thing? The heat sink, they call it. Okay. Radiator heat sink does the same thing. And it's produced from just aluminum and copper sheet. Makes a whole lot of sense. It's done in an assembler. That is a simple build. Gotta figure out... This is such a simple build. I don't know why it hasn't been built before. Why I haven't built it before now. And that is a precursor for building this. So let's see where I want to build that, because I probably have some floor space on some lower floors, because it requires very minor items. I mean, outclad aluminum, and I got a whole bunch of room on this floor, especially for an assembler. These are building, and they already have copper sheet coming here. You build the AI limiter. Well, that's cool. And obviously got more copper sheet than I need, but these are not making them because the AI limiters are in big storage units. Okay. Well, let's figure out where I need to get the alclad aluminum sheet from. Okay, where am I doing my aluminum? I'm doing the aluminum one floor below. That'll be easy.
Okay, I'm gonna find this chat real quick. There we go. We got another questions for you, Doc.
Another couple, huh?
Another couple. We got 2. How about that?
Yeah, let me just get this conveyor belt into here as soon as it lets me. Oh, come on. Really, there's no mode that's going to let me do that. Poor placement of lift. That's what that's called. That should get it then. And from there to there. Just had it a bit too close. All right, let's go look at the question. Okay, Shano asks, then Doc, how would you plan out when it is the right time to place a store for a specific item in any point of your progression? Wait, wrong site for that emote. Okay. Ignore that. Okay, so when is the right time to place a store for a specific item? When I need more production for a downstream item is when I would place a store for that. Like if I had all my store blueprints in this particular world, if I needed more production of iron, I would go out to an iron node and place down a store to make iron rods or iron plates or whatever I needed from that iron, and just go straight from there to a drone or a train or something to bring it on over. So it's the old idea of just in time. I'm not going to make something except those early builds making more than I need when I build something. I'm not going to make go out of my way to make more of some product I'm not already making somewhere until what I'm making currently isn't enough. And that's when I would build out somewhere else and get more product coming in. So I hope that helps. And let's go back to the game. Just in time. It. Kaizen controller's not on.
Nope, not today. We'd be happy to jump on that.
Yeah, I'm sure he would.
Okay, and then another quick one.
And then another one. Wow, this is really rich today. Crooked lip. Okay. What do you think the best early game item would be to send to the sink? Anything I'm overproducing. So here's the flip side. Once you get the sink unlocked, and I just told you build out as big as you can on, let's say, iron plate production and iron rod production. If you've got overproduction there, go ahead and send it to the sink until you need that production. That gets you early coupons and gets you early access to recipes and other gadgets and doodads, things that will make the game go better. So, yeah, I would sink anything you overproduce and get it going to the sink. And I hope that helps. Let's go back to the game.
Okay. And first time chat from Voidfire Titan, who says hello.
Hello there. Hello down there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's on the 5th rib from the outer edge. I bumped my head. Okay, let's go up to the next floor and figure out what we want to do. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5th rib from the outer edge. If we go here, we can put a floor port. Let's put it right there and see how that goes. Now let's go back downstairs. And look at that. Look at that.
See
You couldn't ask for better. Could ya? Might be just one notch too close, but we'll see.
One Metalfist says, I did the math combining these two alternate recipes. Iron alloy ingot to 50 iron ingots per minute. Solid steel ingot, fed by those ingots, to 60 steel ingots per minute. So this combo, you can make 60 steel ingots per minute, and you'll still have 10 iron ingots per minute left over.
Pretty cool.
Nice combo.
That is pretty cool. Ooh. Ooh. Chocolate milk and other goodies. This is what having a wife of 45 years does for you. You be good, you treat her right, and she treats you real good too.
I thought he was just gonna leave it at, and she brings you muffins. Thanks, Mom.
Thank you so much. And it's not chocolate milk. It's a raspberry smoothie or strawberry smoothie. Ooh, very okay. Way cool. Oh, that's good. Oh, that is good.
Void Fire Titan says, I don't know if it's okay for me to say this, but I've seen your videos on YouTube and it's kind of surprising I actually found you on Twitch. But anyway, I'm just going to skip to the point. Your videos have helped me a lot, and I've played through a lot, so thank you.
You are certainly welcome. I have fun making them, and Robert has fun making them good. Oh, come on, stop fiddling with it. All right, we're going to do an assembler, and we're going to come down here to the heat sink. And they call that an industrial part. That was interesting. Industrial parts here, stator, rotor, motor, sink. And then nuclear ammunition.
Doc, we got a dating university question.
A what? Dating university, huh?
Yeah,
Dating
Pico
advice.
Warps needs dating advice.
Need dating advice with Doc?
Oh, boy.
New series coming soon.
Yeah.
Not today.
Not today.
Okay. Doc, we have a kind of a two-part question now.
Okay. Is it an office question that I need
Yes,
to
sir.
ask? Okay. All right. Vivo Lyric. Okay, music time. Doc, I'm stuck on phase 3. I quit the game because of it. Help. Any help? It's simply just a matter of understanding that your factory just needs to get bigger. Phase 3 is your, I believe you get aluminum introduced during that phase, during those tiers. My advice to you is just worry about building out the products you need for the tiers. Once you do that, you'll get the recipes for phase 3. And then it's just a matter of building with different machines and building with different recipes. If you really would like some help in how to configure those things, Robert can look up the video that we have on manifolds. It'll teach you how to work the manifolds and get the inputs working right for all of the machines, which may relieve part of your stress in being able to build those manifolds with very little effort. And so, Robert, if you could look that up and post it in both Discord and Trip,
Sure.
Both YouTube and Twitch, that would be great. I think that'll help. But just remember, it's the same function being repeated in more complex settings each time. You'll go from a machine that has one input to one output, and to a machine like what's right in front of me that has 2 inputs and 1 output, and then one that has 4 inputs and 1 output. And the machines get bigger. And the first time I saw them, gosh, I went, oh gosh, how am I going to deal with that? once you figure it out, it becomes second nature, and you can do it very, very easily. And then you get machines where you're starting to mix liquids along with solid parts, like what you do in the assembler, constructor, and manufacturer. You start mixing in liquids, and by the time you get to the top, you're an expert at all those machines and building the right kind of manifolds for all of them. And it is just a progression of more complex. It is incredibly satisfying. Once you get past phase 3, it's really incredibly satisfying to get there and then realize you've pretty much learned everything you need to learn. You just need to apply it to more complex items after that. And then it goes fairly smooth. It's just a longer trip to get through those. And then, so I hope that helps. Let's get back to the game.
Oh, how about I give you part 2 now?
Okay, the follow-up.
And
okay.
kind of the follow-up.
Okay, so the follow-up is I need to rebuild the whole factory. I can't get my head together on how to get all materials to the same spot, and also how many materials I need to automate phase 3. You're probably overthinking it a bit. If you feel the need to rebuild everything, try rebuilding just pieces of it. Like what I had to do in this particular factory, and I wish it wasn't dark, is when I first started, I started in an area that had 4 iron nodes, copper node. And, well, I built them all out, and my starter factory was just in and amongst those. This particular place that I'm in right now is next to that. And the old part of the factory, I have worked on retrofitting a lot of items, and then I moved a lot of that production. Didn't actually move it a lot of times. I took those lines that were cramped and all together and couldn't do much. I took those out and moved them, and then just transferred the raw materials over so I could build it in this part of the factory where I built some good floors and could develop it out and work with it on an individual basis. So I understand the feeling to need to completely rebuild it, but try as much as you can to use the old infrastructure that you set up, and maybe take one of those manufacturing areas out so you can expand another and move that to some place fairly close by. Those kind of things, rather than rebuilding everything. Because if you get into this mode of, I don't like it, I got to rebuild it, so you tear it down and totally rebuild it. If you get into that mode, you never make progress. And a lot of people have quit at that point. And I get the feeling that you're almost there too. Try to extract yourself from the need to want to build it perfect and just expand on what you have. And I really hope that helps, because it's a fascinating game, especially as you get into phase 3, 4, and ultimately to 5 to win the game. So I hope that helps. Let's go back to the game. Okay. All right. I want to that one to the right, and see if there's more room to do another one on the right. Yeah, that's as far as I want to go that direction. So let's go over here. Okay.
Eric comments on the last tip there. He says the biggest hurdle with phase 3, aluminum, is aluminum, since it's the first time you have to deal with a liquid byproduct.
Yes.
But on the other hand, phase 3 is the hover pack, which makes building so much easier.
Very good. And I thought Eric had made comments before. I seem to recognize that name. Yep. Maybe he was on YouTube.
Yes. Yeah, that's his first comment over here on Twitch.
Okay. Very good. All right.
Yeah, he came over about an hour ago just to drop us his Prime sub, which we really appreciate. So.
Yeah.
And Derek says, best tip for this game is take your time. What's the rush?
Yeah, that's true too.
Spencer, I'm informed that you know Adjusta's secret.
She's got a secret, huh?
I'm gonna need a little bit more of a reference.
More context on that?
Yeah.
What her base is going to be this season?
I have a little bit of an inkling. I mean, I went and visited, but I also kind of wanted to be surprised, so I didn't really
Didn't push too hard.
Didn't push too hard to gather all the information. But yeah, I mean, did Adrestea tell you this? Or
Yes.
okay, well, Adrestea, I did. Yeah, so I do kind of know what you're doing, but at the same time, I'm trying to make sure that I one of the reasons I didn't ask as many questions as I could have is just because I did want there to be a surprise, there to be something to enjoy after the fact.
Yeah. And what we're talking about is we do have a members Minecraft server as well that we're enjoying playing on. We have some members here. Yeah, just like the Satisfactory server, it's less than a month old. So it's a lot of fun, and we'd love to have more people join us.
Well, I'll just say after stay, I'm very impressed with everything you've built so far, and I think that whatever you build, even if it's something I expect, will be surprising just on the front of I don't know. I think it's just going to be an impressive build, no matter what. So.
Yeah, she is very good.
Yep. And funny enough, Adrestea first bought Minecraft at the end of our last season of this server, so it's very new to Minecraft, and yet I think has built the most on this server and is doing a great job.
Wow.
Yeah, she's definitely sunk a lot of hours into getting everything excavated, to getting everything, looking really nice in her area. She's built a lot of really good farms. I went and visited a little while ago on stream. It was really cool.
The neat thing about her builds, though, is that she loves building underground, in particular.
Yeah. Oh no.
What happened?
I fell and I didn't die. So.
Meaning, you're playing Minecraft, and you're reading text.
Yeah.
And you're
Nearly
doing everything with a scratchy throat and little sleep.
Yeah.
Robert is really incredible. Yeah, everybody ought to give him kudos for the good work he does.
I'm gonna go back up to the top to show you and to show this on the screen real quick.
Okay.
This is what I'm doing to keep my brain occupied. So, because if I don't do this, I end up focusing on something too much, and I end up just missing chat for like 10 minutes at a time.
Okay, I don't see it yet.
Yeah, sorry, I had to climb back up because I just finished falling off.
Okay.
Okay, let's pop over to my screen for just a second. There we go, Doc. This is what she's built so far.
Oh my!
This
That's
big
so
ring.
cool.
So,
And she's going to continue that ring all the way around.
Adrestea said she'll continue it until she's bored of it. So,
Okay.
not going to force herself to do it if she doesn't want to. The neat thing is, each one of these are different farms. She has a mud farm. She has a honey farm, just a little house, a clay farm. That's a bunch of villagers farming wheat for her. And each one of these buildings, and back there, each one of those buildings are a different farm and a bunch of trees. So she's really making this whole thing work for her.
Oh, that is incredible.
What I really liked about her base especially is all the farms, because anybody can build a farm, anybody can throw a farm in and have an automated area, but most of them look highly industrial, where it's all blocky and there's lines going everywhere or whatever. Hers looks like it looks like a village. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, especially with all the lights.
So how did Icy Knight grow so big?
He's just right next to me.
Oh.
He's there. Just first perspective. So,
Okay.
yeah. Anyway, it's pretty neat here, touring the base. I'm heading back to my base, 8,000 blocks away here.
Okay.
He's not the moderator. He can't just go TP home.
Void Fire Titan says, I know I'm asking a lot and I'm talking a lot, but I'm on the last phase of the game, more or less. I only have nuclear pasta done. But anyway, my problem is with the railway system. I have a lot of railway going in, and I recently added a ton of trains to get a bunch of raw resources into a facility that I call Vault 113 under the map. I'm not sure how to do train rails correctly, to be honest. Do you have any advice on how to tear down and update my entire railway system?
Well, I doubt you have to tear it down. Are you saying that you don't know how to do it right? It is in the respect that it kind of looks constantly wavy or up and down, or what is your vision of what right is? I guess is the question.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to ask it. Are things not being delivered? Is the train not moving?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, what's the specific problem? Crooked says, I came from a Minecraft Bedrock Redstone background. I'm used to building massive machines, hoping to bring that mindset to this game.
Okay.
Satisfactory.
Fantastic.
Yeah. There is a good amount of crossover, and that's why pretty much every single time we do mention Minecraft, somebody asks, hey Doc, have you played the Create mod? To which the answer is, not yet.
Yep, not yet. I'm actually starting to get to the point where mentally I'm getting adjusted to the idea of playing more than one game at a time.
Gotcha.
And that may sound unusual or odd to a lot of you. But I rarely ever had time to play or devote time to any more than one game at a time, when I was working full time. But being retired, I was complaining about sleeping in the other day. And my good wife said, you are retired. Oh, that's right.
He says his good wife to differentiate from his other wife.
Nope. Excuse me.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Avoid Fire Titan clarifies, my vision of what is right looks like is whenever my train stops crashing into one another. I have a ton of block areas.
And they're ignoring your block signals?
Ice Night Pipesum said it would be great to see you play Create, Doc.
Is that a Minecraft mod?
Yep.
Huh.
It adds a bunch of mechanics, so you can put up windmills and stuff like that. You can get rotational energy, you can get heat energy, and you can build, like, one of the biggest parts of Create that people love is the huge train system, where you can lay train tracks, set trains. You can have items be deposited into trains. Trains can carry them around the map and place them back into things. You have conveyors and
It makes it like Satisfactory.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of ways.
I told Doc he couldn't play it until he learned how to play Minecraft.
Yeah, regular Minecraft.
Yeah, you have to actually play the game before you alter it.
Yeah.
But I have, truly.
You have to get good.
Oh, well, that can't be said.
So, Voidfire, what I would recommend is join our Discord and post screenshots of your most problematic areas, because being able to see what's going on is a little bit helps a lot in diagnosing. And there's a specific channel on the Discord called Help Me Fix My Build, and if you post it there, we constantly have helpful people that can look at it, and it'll hopefully get you on track.
Yeah. There's, lots of good people.
Icy Knight's volunteering to tutor Doc on vanilla Minecraft.
Ah.
Eric says, I'm also retired. For years, I told myself and everyone that we work for a living. We don't live for working. Now I can tell everyone it's true.
Okay, that one's not getting a lack of conveyor belt again.
Lightning Pete says, "Thank you to the voice in the sky, which is definitely not fix it. I'll check out the Discord also."
Okay.
My name is Robert. I am Doc's editor, and I'm usually hanging out in the stream here with him as well. You also hear Spencer,
Hello.
who's on vacation here with us as well. He's also my brother, so Doc has all three of his kids, three of his sons here today, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah. I have 5 kids total. Britta's.
We're just the coolest ones.
Yeah. They're all the boys. Anyway, I have 2 other girls, and
That's anonymous.
Christy is working in the medical industry, and she, in fact, just got a new job. So she's moving up the ranks, slowly beginning to understand more of the service industry there. So pretty cool. And then there's Britta, who also lives on the same property with us, but she is very, very busy raising her 10 children. One soon of which will leave the nest. She's now 18.
I'm sold. That child was born when I was 10.
Spencer?
Meaning you're only 8?
What?
Born when you were 10. And,
When I was 10, yeah.
and you're 28. Huh?
Yes.
Boy, you're so young.
Gosh.
Yeah, I feel the opposite, but yeah.
Spencer, I was an adult when she was born.
Yeah, you're old too. Sorry, bro.
Hosray says, "Hey, Doc and chat. Hope everyone's having a good day."
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
It's always a good day when we're streaming.
One Metal Fist says, "Doc, I think these 2 alternate recipes are way stronger than wet concrete."
Which too?
Interesting. Using cheap silica, which, he's gonna name a whole bunch of numbers here. Oh gosh. Using the alternate cheap silica, 11 1/4 quarts per minute, plus 18 3/4 limestone per minute equals 26 silica per minute. The alternate is fine concrete, gives you 50 concrete per minute with just 6.4 quarts per minute. He says you can sustain 50 concrete per minute. That's insane efficiency.
Yeah. How many concrete per minute?
50 per minute.
Okay.
So you're sacrificing a little bit of quartz to make the concrete a whole lot better.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
I don't know that radiators are used for much, so I don't think I'm going to put them in the depot.
I think that's especially good when you're trying to do some of those concrete nodes that are not super close to water.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody's laughing.
Green farter. Come on, keep it PG. Love your clips, Doc. You're like Bob Ross for Satisfactory. I now thought of a new clip you guys need to do.
What's that?
Just Dad pretending to paint on a canvas, and it just slowly reveals the spaghetti factory. We should get him a fro, and it'll be perfect.
Gonna have to be a wig.
Garrett could help. We could just shave him. I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
Happy little accents.
The shaving, you mean?
Sure.
Interesting. Woodfire Titans comment there.
He says, a heat sink can be used to go into one of the alternate nuclear fuel rod recipes.
Mm-hmm.
And Lightning Pete just subscribed to the Prime.
Alrighty.
And Icy Knight does note that's just one Metal Fist, because the problem is it uses a limited item, which is quartz, rather than water, which is unlimited. So, yeah. Trade-offs, right?
Yeah, you do have trade-offs.
Are you just enjoying your snack, though?
Oh, yes. Those muffins are just to die for.
They were very
So good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have the heat sinks working. Everything's green, so that's good. And okay, so we go from heat sinks, and I think which turbo motor? What are we gonna make turbo motor with?
Caste says, now that I see you placing each object one by one, I don't feel that bad for not using blueprints.
Okay. Very good. I find that I configure my manifolds differently depending on the site that I'm working in. Like I had, I had a floor space that wasn't wide because I've got things protruding from the floor here, from the floor beneath. I knew they were there, so I deliberately avoided being close to them. That allows me, to make a long single line rather than a double-sided line. And so I tend to not blueprint things probably as much as I should. I love blueprints. I love them when I've already made them. There are literally times, though, when I just don't spend the time to make them in the first place. So, anyway, I have a ton of blueprints. How many did I import into this world? Not very many. Yeah, I didn't put. I used my raised rail, and then I decided to make an air floating train way up there. Well, kind of weird.
Vinayak says, hello, Doc. I love your calm demeanor.
Thank you. Yeah.
Try growing up with him.
One of Doc's favorite sayings when I was a kid. And I'd come to him, I'd be all flustered and angry or upset at some big problem. And he'd look and kind of calmly says, okay, Robert, don't bring me problems, bring me solutions.
Oh man, that would tick me off.
But the other side of that is, if you came to Doc with a solution, like 7 or 8 times out of 10, you just say, okay, we'll do it. And he just does it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, you got a solution, tell me the solution, I'll do it. And quite often that solution is unreasonably biased towards Doc doing a whole bunch of extra work to help you out. And he'd still do it.
Yeah, that was fun. So I need to have a manufacturer. I need to get a radio control unit. I need the turbo motor. So I need to make the turbo motor first. Okay. I need to make the, cooling system first. So and this is the one where I should build them on the same floor with my other, yeah.
And Pete redeemed Hydrate.
I've got no drinks over here at all.
Would you like me to get you one?
Would you please get me one of each, please?
Okie doke.
Get me a ruby red for the monster, though.
Ooh. He's putting a specific order today.
Yeah, today I'm putting a specific order. And it looks like the cooling system has an alternate recipe down here that I've not unlocked.
How's everybody feeling temperature-wise?
It says that it's 80 degrees, so I guess I'm really comfortable.
I'm almost falling asleep, but maybe I don't know if that's temperature.
Then maybe we ought to turn off the air conditioner.
Okay.
I don't know. I was just sitting back here thinking, man, I could just lay back on my couch right now and just take a nap.
Yeah.
You beat me to mentioning it.
Oh.
Well, I got one out of the 2 I asked for, so that's pretty good.
No, sorry.
One of the 2 what?
One of the 2 drinks I asked for.
What was the second one?
One of the Walmart waters.
Right next to the fridge. I can grab it.
Strasselberry, please.
Strasselberry.
Well, we don't have any Strasselberry, but maybe strawberry would work for you.
Okay. Ooh, I see I've got good boys. Thank you, Garrett. Spencer, sorry. I do that. I mean, when I had my first 3 kids, it was always, I would name the other 2 and then hit the 3rd one, finally get the right one. Terrible. I don't know why I do that. It just seems the way it happens. Okay.
Thank you. Insert child number 2 here.
Gosh, you terrible person.
Okay, what? That was a chat member saying that, not me.
Oh.
Wow. You hear how he treats me, chat? This is why you should come sub to my channel.
Wow.
Opportunistic, too.
Oh, I am very opportunistic. You have no idea. Well, actually, you might have a little bit of an idea.
All right. I need to put manufacturers in here. And they need to manufacture cooling systems. So let's put production, and let's put a manufacturer down here. And we'll put one, we'll start in this corner here. Give a little bit of space for things to happen behind it.
Bricklayer says, so I've just gotten into Satisfactory recently. Does anyone have tips for a beginner other than obvious ones like use foundations and take your time?
Yeah, I've got a lot of them. We've developed 100 and how many? 10 tips?
113, I think.
So, yeah, we've got playlists, a playlist for just the tips, I believe. And,
Just start at the beginning.
yep. Because they were developed from the beginning. They were developed as I was playing on Release 8 in pre-release. And basically when I needed to know something, I discovered it, and then I'd make a tip on it as I learned it. So really, my tips from the beginning are literally good from the beginning. Good for beginners. So.
Yep. Especially tips number 4, 9, and 12, and what's the other one?
4, 6, 9, 12.
4, 6, 9, 12. Yeah. For some reason, those are the most popular 4. Water towers,
I don't have that recipe.
load
yet.
balancers, manifolds, and don't remember the other one. Jay Fullen says scan a hard drive.
All right. I'll go scan a hard drive. I can't. Now, how do I get into this conundrum?
Ah,
I need to make cooling systems to make turbo motors,
uh-huh.
but I have to unlock particle enrichment. What? I don't have the recipe. Wait a minute. That's because they're not manufacturers. They're supposed to be blenders. Okay. Scan a hard drive. Let's put down a man. And see if I have any hard drives to scan. I don't know that I do.
Okay. I just saw a picture of Kim Jong-un, and he's a horrible person, but man, does he look happy.
What?
That's the most random thing you could have said right there.
It came up on my Facebook. Like, there's a picture of Kim Jong-un, and he looks so happy, but he's a horrible person. Just like, man, even horrible people could be happy.
Oh,
Why is it so hard?
Okay.
oh,
Why is it so hard to be happy?
Yeah, when horrible people can figure it out really easily. They just have to be dictators.
Do you hear that squeak as he laughs?
yes.
Okay. I went 7 years without anybody making fun of my laugh.
A whole 7 years.
Yeah,
Man.
nobody made fun of my laugh. And I come back here, and I think my laugh has been made fun of like 7 or 8 times.
I ain't said nothing about your laugh.
I wasn't saying it was you.
I'm just letting it be known to chat. I would never make fun of my brother's squeaky laugh.
I would.
I can't disconnect from the game to
Go
put
back.
my foot down. I can't do it. Can't do that. Doesn't work.
Pika Warp said, I remember those early shorts. It would be what you learned during the stream on the day before.
Yeah.
Yep, sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Jay Fallon has decided that he has to make fun of the laugh every day now.
Oh, that means I have a daily viewer. I can tell you my channel. You can just go right over there. You're more than welcome to come make fun of my laugh.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm not trying to steal your viewers. It's just happening.
It's just happening, huh?
The difference is, so Doc is an informative streamer. I'm supposed to be entertaining. I'm just really bad at it.
Okay. Oh, that's going to the sink. That's why. Okay, so since we're not overflowing anything, we're not going to the sink.
One
And this
Melfist-
one is now empty. It's time to increase production somehow. Go ahead. One Metal Fist said what?
If you fill one normal storage container with raw quartz, they're 2.4 thousand quartz, and use the combo alternate cheap silica and fine concrete, you can produce 18,000 concrete. An industrial storage container holds 24,000, so one quartz container fills about 78% of an industrial storage container. Of the big one. So
Wow.
it's not a whole ton of quartz for what you get.
Apparently, I'm a sandwich kid. I don't know what that means.
You're one of the middle children.
I'm the baby of the family. I'm not
Yeah.
Not a sandwich kid, no.
Garrett's the sandwich kid.
Garrett or Robert, when you got five, that puts you as a sandwich kid.
Me, yeah, but we've kind of gone over this
Yeah.
where it's like, I'm the sandwich kid, except I didn't really experience that. You know?
So,
Because there was 8 years between you and Garrett, yeah.
Yeah.
well, so Garrett would have to be the mayo. You'd have to be the lunch meat, and Britt is the cheese. And then me and Christy are the two slices of bread.
No, say it correctly. You're the buns. Say it, Spencer. I'm the buns. Come on, Spencer.
I got a song playing in my head. That's really not appropriate for this context, but it's hilarious, and I want to say it so badly, but I can't.
Yeah, we could skip.
Oh goodness.
Voidfire says, out of curiosity, I've seen so many people use different methods on how to transport things. But okay, so are there like logical reasons having multiple belts that aren't ever actually at full capacity? And they seem to be not at full capacity at all. Probably half, instead of just using one belt where it's full, but managing to empty out everything.
I don't know how to answer that question. I really don't. Okay.
Murphy's Law is Good says, I really need to know where you got that monster up.
Well. Robert? Yeah, I got this monster cup. I 3D printed it on my 3D printer. I've got a variation of that cup here for my left hand, where I printed it in red on the top and black in the middle. Yeah, this is my 3D printer, and I do put the cup inside of it. I enjoy drinking it that way. Robert might actually post the link to it if you're really, really nice to him.
Yeah, if I can find it. If you go to Thingiverse or Printables or any of the major sites, you search for Monster Mug, and it'll pop up. Yeah. Jay Fallen says it'd be cool if you added stream avatars with Satisfactory theme.
Dream avatars with a Satisfactory theme.
Are you talking about the sub icon, or are you talking about like emoticons or whatever. Emojis. Castay gives a good response to Bricklay, who asked, any advice for new players. And Castay said, the only thing that comes to my mind is spend time exploring and researching in the man. Don't pick alt recipes if you don't need them. Leave it in there in order to increase the probability of getting a good one the next time you research your hard drive. And a Komarong says, don't be afraid to use Satisfactory calculator.
Absolutely.
And a Komarong also says, start automating things and keep up a storage of them because you'll need to use them later.
Yeah. Another good one. All those tips and tricks,
Yeah. Chroma says, about the whole monster monk thing, this only applies if you live in a state or country that hasn't banned 3D printers yet.
Is there a country that's banned 3D printers?
No, but Washington State is speed running that.
All the more reason not to live there.
Yeah. And Colorado? Gosh, Crew says Colorado's doing it too.
Okay,
Love says, not gonna lie, haven't used Satisfactory calculator even in phase 4 because I am the calculator.
Aha. Okay. Can I borrow your brain?
Volatile says, I just noticed I played 30 hours in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, another full-time, part-time job, 15 hours a week. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Colorado is a promo.
Why in the world would you ban a printer?
It's the whole idea is trying to regulate the manufacture of guns, and they're afraid of the concept of ghost guns, and so therefore.
Oh, so they're going to ban a printer. I mean,
yeah,
any printer can print something illegal.
Right.
Even a regular printer can print something illegal.
And so the idea will be they're trying to. They want to force 3D printing manufacturers to include a way that they can look at the file you're about to print and tell whether it's a gun or a gun part or not in order to stop you from printing it, which at this point is not possible. The closest thing to being possible is, Maker World's Thingiverse. I think it's Thingiverse, which unfortunately is owned and currently has a massive database of user-collected data on files and tags and parts. So a little bit of training on that, and AI will be able to tell you whenever you're making a gun. Yay! A little bit of non-political reality about this. Okay, I'm not going to go into the politics of guns or anything like that. Just stating one of the unfortunate things that's been conflated here, and I think it's mostly due to our aging legislature not understanding technology. The term ghost guns refers to two things, and one of those is 3D printed firearms. Okay, so a ghost gun is a gun that does not have a serial number on it. That's it. Any firearm which is manufactured in the United States for sale must be serialized. Okay? A ghost gun that is 3D printed, therefore, isn't serialized. However, and therefore is not legal to be sold, by the way. However, any gun you get off the black market and file the serial number off is also considered a ghost gun. So when you talk about ghost gun crime statistics, you actually find that nearly every single one of those is due to a gun who's had its serial number filed off, not a 3D printed gun, which a 3D printed gun is a 3D printed frame and an off-the-shelf gun part for the barrel. So that's one of the issues of the legislature, just to understand that when we're talking about ghost guns, we're not talking about 3D printed guns. The vast majority. But anyway, Pika says, however you may manufacture a firearm for personal use, it does not need a serial number, which is what the progressive states are trying to regulate. Yeah. Cruz says Colorado is trying to get all operating systems and websites to report age verification in order to download any software. Wow.
Oh, so Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. My kids can't download them because
Yeah.
they have to be adults to download Word now. So they might write something bad.
And Stubby says, yeah, might as well ban all CNC machines as well at that point.
Yeah, no kidding.
And the problem is when you go to 3D print a file, the file has been turned into G code, and you put G code into your printer in order to print something. That G code is the same G code that's used in any CNC machine. So yeah, it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, Address Data says, I do not have a serial number on me. Does that make me a ghost? Ooh.
Oh boy.
And Jay Fallon says, all printers also print invisible, in quotation marks, that can be used to identify the printer used. That's why you need all ink colors to print, regardless
There's
if it uses
literally
color.
no space here for you. I know. I'm sorry.
Okay, Doc, we have. We do have a good question for you.
We do, huh?
This
Okay.
comes from Michael Hunter.
Okay. Michael Hunter poses a question, says, but does anyone know if power slugs can be created, or are power shards non-renewable? Power slugs cannot be created, but power shards can. So at the level that you get to in the MAM, let me just throw down a MAM here. Quick sec. So if you go to the MAM here, and you go here, I believe it is under power slugs here. This final unlock at the very bottom allows you to make synthetic power shards. So by the time you get to the end game, your desire to use power shards becomes very high. Okay, the need for power shards arises basically from the need to conserve space or upgrade something that doesn't have space to upgrade. So you upgrade the speed of it and max out that speed. So later on you want to be able to have more power shards than the slugs you can collect. Now I've collected a lot of slugs, and I've got a lot just in my inventory from collecting slugs because I've not unlocked synthetic power shards. Notice the thing in the middle that it's needed to unlock it is the time capsule. Time crystal. The time crystal doesn't come until you're in at least, I think it's tier 8 by the time you finally unlock the time crystal. In order to do that, you've got to get quite far into the game in order to get synthetic power shards. But synthetic power shards become really, really important for later on when you want to, do some massive upgrades to your system and propel you to phase 5 in particular. So, yes, you can make power shards eventually. It just comes in the later game. So I hope that helps. And let's go on with the game. Oh, let me add an addendum to that, please.
Okay.
There is a way to make sure that you make as many power shards as possible. So you've got 3 different kinds of slugs, the blue, the yellow, and the purple. The blue makes 1 power shard each. The yellow makes 2 power shards each. The purple makes 5 power shards each. I think it's 1, 3, and 5, or 1, 2, and 5. I can't remember exactly what the yellow makes. Anyway, what you do is you you try to wait as long as you can so that you can get the ability to input output multipliers in your machines. You get to that level, and then you go collect summer sloops, and you summer sloop the constructor that makes the power shard, makes the slug into a power shard. And that way you can double. The blue ones make 2, the yellow ones make 6, and the purple ones then make 10. If you can set up that system in a constructor, you can't do it at the crafting bench, but if you do that in a constructor, that allows you to double the output and have a lot more power shards available to continue using. So that way is a lot more effective to get, mid-game power shards at a greater quantity. So try implementing that. There's several. I think we've put out a tip on doubling your power shard production. I also double my alien remains so that I get more alien capsules so that I can sync those, the DNA capsules, so I can sync those, and I have more to sync and get more coupons. So power shards are your friend when it comes to summer sloops are your friend when it comes to making the power shards. So implement that, and that also helps. So hope that helps. Let's get back to the game. And you're going to have to kind of edit that one, Robert.
Yep. All good.
Make it flow a little bit better than I did.
Okay.
If you could do that. All right. Well, I'm tweaking on this line right here. The biggest challenge is I need to make sure all the conveyors are up to date here, and it looks like they are. Well,
You heard it here first, folks. Doc's tweaking.
I'm tweaking.
Wow.
Is that a bad thing?
Am
I
I
saying
coming
something?
off drugs?
No, that's twerking, isn't it?
No, twerking is
It's a dance.
It's
It's a
very
dance?
Yeah, it's yeah.
Kind of a dance that I wouldn't do.
Yes.
different. Oh,
You
I
would
hope
hope.
that you wouldn't.
Okay.
We were actually having a good conversation the other day about the use of methamphetamines during World War II. It was fun.
Yes, lots of twerking involved.
I mean, those late night German dance parties were something.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh Lord.
Well, I definitely need faster conveyors, because this line right here is long enough that even though I power sharded these, and even though they're staying full of stuff, they can't get rid of the silica down at the end of here. And so these end ones, because the line is too long, this one is just stopped up. It can't get anything out. And this one probably is the same way. Yeah. This one's the same. Yeah. So I might as well take the power shards out of these. This one is getting stuff out. So this one I can just take the power shards out.
Okay. Michael says, "Thank you, Doc, for the tip."
You bet.
So,
I will come and re-power shard these when I get the next level of conveyor, because that will make this line just hum.
Chroma asks, "Robert, can you assign one of your brothers to finish my power plant if I'm unable to join the server after today?" So Chroma's heading off to help his parents with their house, I believe.
Okay. I think we could handle that, can't we, guys?
Yeah, we'll make sure Spencer gets it done.
If we're talking about Satisfactory, absolutely.
Yeah.
It will look like a YouTube video done wrong.
So he's talking Satisfactory.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
didn't realize that. So what is he asking?
Chroma's not gonna be able to get on the server for a little bit,
Uh-huh.
so he's wondering if if I could appoint one of my brothers to finish it. So,
Okay,
We're gonna
which
see what
factory
Spencer
is
can
he
do with it.
building?
We know where his power plant is, so we can get it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, dokie. Well, I have got this line
It's a
to
chrome.
where it's stalling on the output. That is good. Very good. I was not getting enough silica. And it turns out that I was only getting half the silica that I could because I built I'll show you. Over here this was getting full, so I put a regular splitter here. And now I'm being able to put now I was able to put a smart splitter there, so only overflow is going into the sink. So I was sinking half because it was a regular splitter. And so when this gets filled up, which will keep this flow constant, which is the one good reason to use a storage container, is when production fluctuates for whatever reason, the storage container will keep it going for a while. It's kind of like putting batteries on your power systems to make sure that your power keeps on going for a time after there's no power. And my power's doing good. It's above the blue line, which is just where we want it to be. We always want this blue line to be between these lines or below this line and be even nicer, but that blue line is just is critical. Okay, so let's go back and find out what's going on with the silica there, now that we increased that line.
So we had a few comments about the 3D printing questions that I wanted to respond to, and somebody asked, I thought they were just trying to ban printing guns, not ban printers. And yes, from what I understand, at least in the law that I was looking at, they are banning the sale of any printer that does not have the capacity to prevent you from printing any non-gun part. So it'd be banning any printer that could not prevent you from printing a gun first. But what that means then is there end up becoming lots of knock-on effects.
Like I can't print toy guns for my kids.
Yeah, you can't print toy guns. That's an issue. But, the 3D printing has very famously been developed on the rep model, which means you can go to the hardware store and buy a box of parts and print your entire printer. I like Prusa, and a lot of their parts you can just 3D print the parts to build it, and then buy a kit of hardware and assemble it yourself. A significant number of them run off of open source hardware, which you can buy and flash a firmware for it. And so suddenly we have an issue of you can't sell a printer that could manufacture a gun, but you could buy all the parts. Well, what's going to happen is they have to make a law to fix that. And what you have is a succession of laws trying to prevent the same thing, each one getting a little bit more onerous, making it a little bit harder. So, we're going to get to the point of banning N20 motors, right? Like, it's a really messy solution to what I personally view as a non-problem. But it has issues. So.
Okay, so why am I not... Oh, I figured out why it wasn't. That's right. I figured it out and then I forgot it. So I had to go refigure it out again. How about that for old age?
Jay Fallon says the only way that would work is our proprietary cloud software that you have to upload the files to first to print. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Which, at least here in the United States, our Supreme Court has declared that files are already de facto considered to be First Amendment protected. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we have to have a registry that you have to clear your file through to be able to use it. Feels like there might be some other issues that happen that creep up along with that.
By the way, person who asked me to scan the hard drive, can you make sure he gets refunded?
Sure.
I'd have to go search for a wreck or 2 or 3.
Sure. Yeah, we'll give Jay Fallon his points back.
And I needed blenders instead of manufacturers here, so I need to go redo that.
And Niall asks, do you like Monster Energy Dog?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Well, yeah, Achroma says more Fourth Amendment than First. Yeah, Fourth is search and seizure. You have to show them they get to be invasive inside your printer, look at your files, look at your whatever. Yeah, I can see that. But First, as in declaring you're not allowed to own that file, you can't upload that file, you can't share that file. That kind of question, because that's where I imagine the laws could go next if they don't accomplish their goal with current proposals. Anyway, I think that's about enough for that discussion on a Satisfactory stream. I don't want to derail everything.
Yeah, we can move on from that. Okay, let's...
Okay, and we do have a more difficult question for you that Green has been patient about.
Okay.
So...
do I need to go to my office?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I should find it very soon. There we go. Okay, to the office.
Okay. All right. Green asks another question. Any tips on merging liquid output pipes? I heard feeding inputs should come from above, but don't know how to merge before feeding an output into an input. The merge, basically you don't have mergers on pipes. At this point, all we have is this pipeline junction. And so you can put the pipeline junction on a regular pipe, and then your other pipe just comes into the junction there, and then it continues to flow. I have never actually tried to merge different kinds of liquids together. I suppose that would be possible. But yeah, you can merge into an existing water pipe with a T junction there, and it moves right along. So do be careful though, if you're feeding an output into the input, and there's more water in there than what the input is, then your machine can actually just shut down. It's a funky mechanic. I tend to, if I've got an output like in my aluminum factory, if we went to the aluminum floor, you'll see that basically we sink the water that comes out during the aluminum process, simply because it's too difficult to get it all balanced. In one aluminum factory I made, I had a water extractor feeding into just 2 refineries, and I did the output from the previous step into that same pipeline. And when I did all the math from the output to the input, it should be, X number of meters cubed per minute. Well, I had to go to the extractor and adjust it. I adjusted it to exactly the right math. And then I adjusted it down by 10, and then down by another 10. And then finally, when I got it down by 30 less than the math said it was supposed to be, that's when it actually balanced. Why? I really don't know. Don't understand why. But the bottom line is that it's very difficult to reroute your input back in to a previous process or a process that's come out of another machine, because the minute that backs up, your machine stops. So do be cautious of that. But otherwise, to merge two lines together, like you've got two extractors, and they each out fully overclocked, they do 300. If they're not overclocked, they do 120. And you want to merge them in because you got a 600 volume pipe. Yeah, you could fully overclock them, and then you need to merge two together to get a full pipe. And the pipeline junction is what you use to get there. So, hope that helps. Let's go back to the game. Okay, we got a first-time chat there, Robert.
First time chat from Nert, who says, been watching your YouTube channel for some time now. I appreciate all the info you've put out for fluids and pumps. Made my turbo fuel factory easy enough to make it run smoothly.
Fantastic. And so for the previous question, yeah, I do have various tips that should help you with the fluids, the inputs, outputs, and so forth.
And Eric says you have to use a priority junction. Liquid junction will prioritize liquid coming from below or going below. The only thing taken into consideration is the immediate pipe sections connected to the junction, nothing connected afterwards. Also make sure your head lift to cover is higher than all the sections. Yes. That's Doc actually has a short on the priority junction for water.
Yep.
They're always a little untrusted. And it takes a while, but
yeah, pipes are a challenge, no matter what.
But Lexi is here. Says sorry for being late. Been watching Bridgerton. I think we already read that, didn't we?
No.
No. Okay, I just read it earlier. Been watching Bridgerton. Luckily, didn't miss the stream completely.
And Alessandra Lexi finally unlocked the Butterfinger. Thank you. There's the
Oh my
Butterfinger.
goodness. I thought I lost it, Robert.
Oh,
You
what's that?
thought you
I got a
lost-
villager with Silk Touch, but they were having me pay stupid amounts to lock them in because I killed their mom.
You murderer!
So I
Why
left the
did you
chunk
double?
to get the materials I needed to buy them off. And when I got back, the enchantment was gone. And then I destroyed the block, put it back, and it came back as Silk Touch.
Okay.
I thought I lost it.
Jay Paul says, Doc's been starving all stream.
No, I got fed by Mama Daca. So we got a good question from Greenback. You know, kind of an addendum to the question I answered.
Yeah, Green says, thanks, Doc. Yep, it was about merging fuel pipe outputs that seemed to slosh a lot instead of flowing properly into my generators. Hence, I was looking for best practice. Chroma, send it, share it in the showcase. The member server is not secret or anything else, so yeah, go ahead and share it there for everyone to enjoy.
Oh, we've been watching a goofy show on TV. It's just, Mom is just rolling on the floor laughing at it. It's called Young Sheldon. Anybody?
Oh, no, please don't.
I knew Robert was gonna act that way.
Oh my gosh. No.
Why do I get that reaction?
You haven't watched Big Bang Theory, right?
No, I've not watched Big Bang Theory. So where does older Sheldon come from?
Big Bang Theory.
Sheldon is the main character of Big Bang Theory. It is the worst thing to ever happen to geek culture, ever. And Big Bang Theory, oh my gosh.
So I haven't watched Big Bang Theory, but I've seen clips of adult Sheldon, and I think he's a funny character. I don't know anything else about him, though.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the problem?
Ted Cruz says, I do not like Big Bang Theory. Oh, wait, sorry, just Cruz. I'm just imagining Ted Cruz up on stage. I do not like Big Bang Theory.
Cruz, you're good. Chroma doesn't like Big Bang Theory either.
I think it's definitely one of those shows of either you love it or you hate it. I've never watched it, so I can be neither.
Big Bang Theory, so it liked to portray a lot of parts of geek culture. Okay, Sheldon was a Star Trek fan. Okay.
Okay.
They played D&D. They did all the geek things, but every last clip I ever saw was done in the cringiest method possible, and in my mind, to portray it in the worst possible light. It wasn't, I enjoyed a show because the show was fun and entertaining. It was, they rewrote the rules to rock, paper, scissors to include Spock.
Okay. And how did they do that?
I don't know.
So Big Bang Theory is not very good, huh?
In Robert's opinion, yeah.
Yes, in my personal opinion, if you enjoy it, fine. But by golly, it makes my skin.
My guess is it's one of those shows that's supposed to have dumb humor. So if you like dumb humor, you might be okay with it.
We don't. Mom especially is deaf on dumb humor.
Because I enjoy dumb humor. Because, I don't know. I get plenty of good humor inside my head. I don't need more good humor on the screen, I guess.
Caste says, as you said, it's the worst thing that ever happened to geek culture. Okay, so Eric says they made rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. And it's supposed to make it statistically more fair, except they pick Spock every time.
Except that they what?
Pick Spock every time.
They pick him.
Yes.
Well, rock, paper, scissors, you pick rock, paper, or scissors. Rock, paper, lizard, Spock, whatever it is, there's now 4 options. You're more likely to have a more fair outcome, but everybody always chooses Spock.
Okay.
Like I said, I've never seen it. I don't really recall this part of the joke, but I can explain it.
Yeah.
I'm just getting so many good late game enchants. Come on, I just want protection.
Cruz says, in general, I think anything with a laugh track is inherently condescending.
So pretty much any situational comedy.
Well, okay, so the only I haven't watched a sitcom since like Home Improvement as a little kid.
Have you seen Last Man Standing?
I did see a bit of it. I didn't care for it as much.
It's definitely not as good as Home Improvement.
Last Man Standing is just Home Improvement 20 years later.
Yeah, that's true.
It followed the same exact formula, right? But there was an actual studio audience in Home Improvement, at least yeah. So it wasn't a laugh track. So I give it a pass.
Well, laugh tracks are always stupid.
I was also like elementary school. Cruz says Big Bang Theory is a half-hour episodic hate speech with a laugh track. So, Doc,
Half-hour episodic hate speech?
let me set aside all my preconceived notions. What do you and Mom enjoy about young Sheldon?
All of his 9-year-old innocence and his hyper intelligence that that leads to these weird situations where he wants to correct everybody. And he just explains things in such a simple way that, why are you so stupid to think this way? You know, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to high school, and
As a 9-year-old.
As a 9-year-old. He goes to high school, and he just starts picking out everybody that's not obeying the dress standard, including a couple teachers.
Uh-huh.
And then he gets the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People.
Oh, no.
And then he tries to implement some of those things, and none of them work for him, because high school kids don't want to be friends with a 9-year-old. And then his sister has an idea. Well, why don't you go and look at all the people that checked out the book, and because they obviously want to make friends.
Okay.
And then it's most of the teachers that had checked out the book. So he goes and interviews the teachers, and then they start unloading all of their personal problems to him. I mean, it's just a hoot. Now, I don't care who older Sheldon is. This is a sitcom a lot like the way they did A Christmas Story. You know, where you got the narrator telling what the guy thinks in the middle.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I think I've seen clips. That's older Sheldon telling clips of younger Sheldon.
Exactly. What he thought about when he was, doing those or saying those things. It was just, and it's just been, Mom is just busting a gut all the time on that. It's crazy.
I'm glad she enjoys.
Yeah, I am too, actually, because some of the things he comes up with are rather crude, but Mom's even overlooking that, which is unusual.
Yeah. Eric says, IT Crowd is the best sitcom. Isn't that the British show from a while ago?
IT Crowd?
Yeah, I think I saw that. That's the one I'm thinking of.
We're talking about information technology type,
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's set in the basement of some corporate building, and it's the IT guys. And yeah, if I remember correctly, I enjoyed that. And apparently, the Big Bang does have a live audience, so
okay,
that helps. Charles says, Doc just focusing on his piping, not concerned with the Spock talk.
So instead of rock, paper, scissors, how would Spock overcome any of the other three?
Well, there's also Lizard and Spock. So maybe I need to click on the instructables link that Eric gave us so I can figure out how the game is played.
Yeah, how would you play it with Lizard and Spock?
No.
Because the lizards wouldn't eat paper.
Okay. This is so dumb.
Spock has a gun, apparently.
Okay. Spock smashes scissors, scissors cut paper, paper covers rock, rock crushes lizard, lizard poisons Spock. But Spock vaporizes rock, and paper disproves Spock, and rock, the lizard eats the paper, and the scissors decapitate the lizard. So there's an outer circle and an inner little star that takes care of every one of them.
Okay.
Okay. There you go. There's your answer, Don. No thanks.
You are a very opinionated person, and nobody could really ever deny that.
You're wrong. I'm not.
All right, then. You know what? I believe you.
M. Bloom says, I don't really know, but is it like they were trying geek culture mainstream and botching it? In my opinion, it's nobody in real life is as cool as what they think they are. Okay? very few people in real life are as pretty as what the movie stars are, right?
No, with all the makeup. Yep.
Yeah, with all the makeup, the VFX thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Real life isn't as perfect as the mainstream. And so when you're in the middle and you're actually playing a game of D&D, which I've played a decent amount with Spencer and with Garrett, when you're playing a game, you're just telling an awesome story, and it's a whole lot of fun to tell a story and to experience it. And instead of representing the fun part of telling a story, instead they had the characters walk on screen dressed in ridiculous costumes from the dollar store and acting like idiots. And so instead of representing the Hollywood version of geek culture like they present the Hollywood version of living in California, the Hollywood version of going to high school, the Hollywood version of all these things, they presented what feels like a degraded version of geek culture. And so instead of making geek culture fun or making geek culture showing how we experience it, or at least how I experience it, it felt like they were showing it, felt like a mockery.
Okay.
But there was still some truth to it, of course, because you can't make it without some truth. So a lot of geeks still look at it and say, yeah, that's true, that's funny, and they still laugh along. But they could have done a better job.
And we're speaking of Big Bang culture.
Yeah,
Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
Big Bang
That was
culture.
I'm
Also,
sorry.
Sheldon himself is an absolute jerk.
And Sheldon is a jerk. And so adult Sheldon is not a very fun person.
Has not improved at all.
And he's no longer a precocious child, he's just a jerk. But, anyway. That's my thought on it.
Okay. Very interesting, I guess. Why are you laughing at that comment?
Very interesting, I guess.
Chroma says, Stargate Tech beats Trek Tech any day.
100%.
Star Wars might be able to give Stargate a challenge.
What we need is Stargate with all its technology, and then the Jedi to appear and have lightsabers in it too, and then I would be happy. If I could have a Stargate and a lightsaber, I'd control the galaxy.
So, Spencer, what are your thoughts on the fact that they're making a new Stargate TV show with new characters? This is not a universe reset. All previous events have happened, and it's being the showrunner, or at least the director, is the same director of the original show.
Are there any continuous characters? Because I know Amanda Tapping is still acting. She is still. I mean, she's not obviously not as young as she once was, but I know she's still acting. I don't think the guy who played. I don't remember his name, but I don't. Daniel Jackson's not. I don't think acting anymore.
They haven't announced any particular actors attached to the project.
Okay.
I can't imagine they wouldn't at least have a cameo. Those who are still there.
Michael Shanks. Thanks, Chroma.
Yeah. Let's say you do at least get cameos from them.
I would have to see how it is presented, because I had no problem with all the spin-off series. Like, I liked Stargate. I feel like I'm the only one, but I liked Stargate Universe. I liked Atlantis. Well, I liked Universe as far as it went. I enjoyed certain characters within Universe. I didn't enjoy the whole premise. Like, I liked the guy who eventually went on to play Rumpelstiltskin in Once Upon a Time. I thought he was excellent.
Oh, really? He's in Stargate?
Yes, he is. He played a doctor, and he was, like, hyper-intelligent. All the rest of the characters were honestly kind of trashy and, whatever.
Well, because that guy was pretty trashy with... just pretty horrible with... I hated Rumpelstiltskin. He was a bad guy.
Oh, I loved him. I would rewatch all of Once Upon a Time. It was just clips of any time they included him in the screen.
Okay, hold on a second, guys. Doc, no pipes for 10 minutes.
Christopher Judge voice acting Kranos. I know Christopher Judge was Teal'c.
Yes.
Okay.
Why is he voice acting and not appearing as himself?
Well, it's bad.
And then the guy that played Shepard in Atlantis is helping with the writing.
Oh,
Again,
let the bad word.
why not just appear? But cool that they're having like, the best of
Thank you.
come back and assist. I
Well-
wish Richard Dean Anderson was of the health to come back because he was. So I watched MacGyver before I watched Stargate. I loved him in MacGyver. I thought he was amazing. Like, I still replay some of the episodes of him and Murdoch fighting and whatnot in my head every now and again. So as far as my opinion on God of War game, Grant, okay, that's cool. He definitely has the voice for it.
I thought he was Kratos, not Crown.
Kratos. I don't know anything about it, to be honest. But it sounds like something he would do.
Okay.
I've seen that they're casting for a live action for that. So.
Okay.
Oh jeez. So it would depend fully on execution as to whether I like a new Stargate series.
So you're open to it?
I'm open to the idea because they've already set a precedent that they're going to make more.
Okay.
They have Stargate, the original Stargate movie, Stargate Continuum, Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, Stargate Universe. I think there was another one in there somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know it. I never watched Universe. I did enjoy Atlantis. I hated the Canadian guy for the longest time, as you're supposed to.
Yeah, but it was one of those characters where he eventually improved and was like, okay, now you're tolerable.
Yeah.
He was never a likable character. He was tolerable, but he was likable. He was unlikable in a way that perpetuated his story rather than made it so I didn't want to watch the show.
Yeah.
Like, I hadn't watched Stargate Atlantis. I'd rewatched Stargate SG-1, all 10 seasons, like 3 times before I watched Stargate Atlantis. So I remember the Canadian guy, I can't remember his name for some reason.
Yeah.
So he came in, and I remember him telling Amanda Tapping, Carter, about, yeah, I was trapped in this submarine, and you came by and you helped me out, and it was really nice. And she's like, was I naked? And she's like, well, I mean, and so like I remember seeing that scene multiple times and being like, what the heck happened? And then I finally saw it. I'm like, oh, okay, it wasn't near as bad as it implied.
Rodney McKay.
Yeah.
Dr. McKay.
And he cameoed in Universe as well, for like a quarter, like one scene of one episode, because they had to make it so that this kid who plays video games all day and somehow solved a mathematical equation is smarter than a lifelong scientist who's traveled across the universe.
Okay, let's we'll wrap this up so we can answer some questions. But I did check, and Richard Dean Anderson has no more credits since 2013.
Yeah, he said when he retired, he said he was gone. He was done.
He does get to go to conventions and has been at conventions just in the last year.
The last
but
time I
he's
saw him
76
on screen that's bad. Last time I saw him on screen was he cameoed as General O'Neill for like for like part of an episode. I don't remember what series it was in, but yeah, he cameoed one time, and that's the last time I saw him. And he looked, kind of old and haggard at that point, and that was probably 2013, probably one of his last credits.
Yeah. Okay. So Crazy Fire Richard says, "Hey Doc, really enjoy your content that you posted. Learned a lot from them. Came in to give my support to you."
All right. Swedish engineering out. Engineer. Fantastic. Love the Swedes. Love to make fun of them. Us Norwegians,
We just like making fun of the Swedes, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
They just have so funny with all the hair and everything. Oh.
Oh, gosh.
One little thing says, "Doc, because of my challenge rules, I can't build proper coal generators until I unlock the alternate cable recipe after rubber. Once I unlock it, should I go back and build coal power, especially since I'm about to run a lot more machines, or should I skip coal entirely, move straight to oil?"
If you unlock oil before you start making your first coal power plant, then more power to you. Go straight to oil. Definitely go straight to oil.
You liked it, Tinko. Don't even start with me. You liked it. You thought it was fantastic, yeah?
Chroma says Richard Dean Anderson, 74, has been having social media issues. People claiming to be him for scams. That and the injuries he got in MacGyver basically guaranteed his retirement.
That's too bad. I hope he's living a good life. He was one of my favorite childhood actors. I mean, if his last cameo was in 2013, you said?
Yeah.
That would mean that I was 16 when he quit acting. So, yeah. Best of luck to him. Very cool.
Crazy Fire Richard says, Doc's Norwegian?
Yeah.
Well,
Don't go spreading that around. Sorry.
I claim the Norwegians. That's my culture anyway. I was adopted by the Hansen family, by my Hansen dad. I am actually mostly British.
and that's...
But see, my grandmother was a miller. He had married. Her father married along with the Germans, but anyway, it's complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say we look Norwegian enough.
Yeah.
Sure.
Spencer actually looks Irish.
Yep. But don't we have a little bit of Scottish in there as well? So there's a little bit
Yes, my McLaren family. Come on.
Ooh, I'm doing the accents now.
Oh no.
Spencer, we need to when this new pirate movie comes out, or pirate game comes out.
What new pirate game?
There's a new pirate game coming out.
Okay.
Okay.
Long story short.
Yeah, there's a new pirate game coming out. We're just gonna have you get on there. We're gonna have you be Redbeard. Okay.
Red.
No more trimming the beard until then. Okay.
How long is this supposed to come out?
It was just announced last week.
Oh, so it could be a really long time.
Yep, no shaving.
No more beard trimming.
Unless you need to look good for some people.
Well, what some people are you implying? Because I don't currently have a wife and I'm not dating.
Like official type people.
Oh yeah, I guess that would work too.
Official. Yeah. Scorpio says, so Robert's alter ego is that he's an AI robot. Garrett is a southern preacher. What is Spencer's?
I don't know how to answer that one.
Spencer is a man of 100 voices. So...
I'm the guy from Game of Thrones who can change his face.
Right.
Right.
Castray asks, does the game have any kind of mechanic of sending dismantled items to the closest crate? Or is it just a bug I experienced?
It happens when your inventory personally is too full. It goes to what they call a dismantle crate.
And there's a setting in the game, decide whether you want that dismantle crate to appear where the machine was, at your feet, or all consolidated into one. I like the consolidated one person. Chico says that Spencer should be a kangaroo or jackrabbit because he jumps around a lot.
Define me jumping around. I'm trying to figure out whether I should be insulted or not.
I think meaning the fact that you do a bunch of different voices, characters, whatever.
Ah, okay. That's less insulting than I assumed it was gonna be.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that's an insult.
The faceless man.
Yeah. You hear his voice, but don't see his face.
Voidfire Titan says, "Hey, Mr. Doc.
Yes?
Might I ask you what you consider a good start for a new game?"
A good start for a new game? A good start for a new game.
Yes, Doc. A new start for the game.
For this game?
Yes, for Satisfactory.
Oh, a good start would be being able to get good solid factories, good solid supply lines built on all your iron nodes and your limestone nodes and your copper nodes. Those are the three items that are very critical for the game: copper, iron, and I didn't mention before that concrete becomes really critical when you start making foundations. So getting those all set up as quickly as possible is a good start to the game. Okay, this looks like a monstrosity. Okay. Now, what products do I need?
And Michael Hunter must have just missed our conversation about Create Mod.
Uh-huh.
He just asked, have you ever played the Create Mod?
And the answer to that is no. Robert would like me to learn more about the game before I play it. I guess somehow I have to pass a test somewhere along the line. I'm not quite sure what that test will look like, but I'm sure it'll be extensive and very difficult. But Robert, rebuttal, response.
This is an absurd statement. I don't know where to begin.
It's an absurd statement. I need 150 per minute per machine of nitrogen gas. And I just built 10 of these machines. How does it expect me through one pipe to get that much?
Yeah.
Especially since I'm not only trying to get that much there, but I'm also working on flying these guys over here. And because aluminum casing is low, I got to go kick my aluminum plant into gear. Okay, I'm obviously going to have to find another source of nitrogen and bring it in on the other side of the factory, on the other side of this pipe, and put another 600 in this side and see what happens. But even at that, I also need to get rubber and a heatsink. And I just made the assumption that I was going to go that direction when supplying these, so rubber needs to come. Okay. Rubber comes in right down there on that line that's straight there. I could bring it easily over to this side if I needed to. So let's go do that. The difference between Robert and I is when I make a hole in the wall, I replace it. Robert just likes to leave holes in my walls.
Yep.
Silly him.
When I finally learn how to patch my own holes, that's when Doc retires and I take over.
Oh dear. So I need to make sure you never learn it so that you stay my editor?
I mean, that's the one difference.
I guess so. Interesting. I've got all this rubber being stored here. And it's just...
Scorpio asks, Doc, what are your plans with 1.2? It's experimental, if any.
If it's experimental, I'm just going to end up being late to the party. Basically because you know, the experimental branch is it's a difficult story. For one, I can't play on ping players with an experimental branch. They just don't have service for that. I'd have to do it only on my personal, and I could go ahead and put a saved world out on it and see what it's all about. But generally, I wait for the actual upgrade to happen before I go to it. I like stability, so
Yeah, look, we'll get on it to test it out and put out tips and figure everything out before it comes out. But probably won't put a full world and actually build on it.
okay. I know. The conveyor will about right there, and I'm going to go here, there, and there. Beautiful. I like that. And I've got a low wall here at this point. Still haven't finished building that wall up there. This is a very high floor. I should use it for something like the particle accelerators, things like that. Or put in another floor about right where this turns or something. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. So this is the old part of my factory. This is the new part that is all nice and neat. So, okay, I'm going to go from here. Let's go from here. I need to go around the park. Okay, good.
And Rolls here says, "Holy spaghetti!"
What? What? That's not spaghetti. Oh, that's not even close to spaghetti compared to a lot of other people. Anyway. Dost thou insult me, man?
Hey, Spencer, even Doc will do accents sometimes.
Just takes a little bit of convincing, but I got it from somewhere.
Yeah, and Mark won't allow me to do Southern accent anymore.
Mark,
He picks on
Once
Jared.
was enough.
What? You didn't like it?
I thought it was hilarious.
who's this Mark character? I've heard his name twice now.
Mark is Danum SY.
Okay.
When he appears in the chat.
Yeah.
And so he really he's probably our number one benefactor, is the way to put it. He likes helping me out on the channel, and so we know him as Mark because that's the original name and who he told us he was. He's changed his online name several times. So
Okay.
anyway, just an overall good guy. Okay, so I need to go up to. Okay, that's
And we're going to be
That's where I
touring
teed
the
off.
Chroma's World on Tuesday.
Chroma's World. Good.
Yep. Yeah, but he says plenty of spaghetti there, but the biggest reason is because he had a really big train around the world.
Okay,
We're
that's
going-
right. He wants us to tour his around the world train.
Yep. So along with that, we are having our monthly showcase. So if you have a cool build in Satisfactory or Minecraft or whatever, make sure you join our Discord, and on the Discord go to the showcase channel. There's a showcase channel specifically for Discord, or for Minecraft, specifically for Satisfactory, as well as there's an IRL one if you have pictures of just cool events in your life, or a neat sunset, or animal or pet picture, or something else you'd like to share. And next Tuesday, Doc will be watching those live on stream, having some fun with it.
Oh, Voidfire Titan says, "Hey Doc, not trying to be rude or anything, but you seem like one of those people that doesn't care about how it looks. You just build it and make it efficient." I personally would say I disagree, just because I've seen how meticulous you are, but I'll let you respond.
when it gets to be late game, things get to the point where they're very, very difficult to make look pretty. So, yeah, I didn't tend to lose my patience with pretty and tend to just go with the flow, get it done. So in that way, yes, that's a true statement. Okay, yes. I am going to go here.
He says, "Well, I guess you're like me in that regard. I can't make a nuclear. I can make a nuclear plant look nice, but I can't make anything else."
Okay.
Let's be fair, it's hard to make a nuclear plant look bad because, gosh dang.
One Metal Fist asks, "Doc, are you gonna watch the 1.2 release date video tomorrow? I'm really looking forward to it. Can't wait to see what they're planning to drop for us."
Yeah. What time does it come on?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up. But yeah, if it's during our normal member stream time, we'll probably just live stream it.
Probably, yeah.
No!
No, what? What?
I instantly broke my shovel. Meant to repair it.
They don't have shovels in Satisfactory.
Well, then they're lacking. You get too much technology. Sweat
Spencer,
once in a while.
I would note that you also don't have a shovel in Minecraft.
Stay here. Not my shovel. R.I.P. shovel. I'll just get your little brother out of the shed.
Correct. It's gonna be announcing when 1.2 hits experimental, not when it releases. So, I mean, hopefully we get more details than just a date. That's really the hope, that we actually learn something.
Exactly. But, damn it, stop it.
Are you okay, Doc?
I
For
think
some-
you understand.
For some reason, the number one key when you're in certain menus performs an action other than allowing me to have the hotkey to start my conveyors.
Huh.
And it's bothering me. I have to
That
be
does
out
sound
of the
bothersome.
menu first. Don't say it sounds like a personal problem.
Said it sounds bothersome.
Oh, okay.
No, he would never say that. He would say,
Yeah.
"Es un personal problema."
You're gonna get me in trouble.
You didn't teach me that one. My Spanish teacher did.
Okay.
I'm trying to get Dad off your back a little bit.
And the last product I need is the which is on the aluminum.
Jinko, I want to see you fully enchant a shovel, and then you come back and tell me that.
Chico said Satisfactory is much more advanced with a shovel.
Don't you besmirch
Besmirch.
the memory of my dear shovel. Although I just got mending, so I can finally put mending on my shovel, which I didn't do on my last one.
That's always a good thing.
Sorry, I will let you return to your Satisfactory stream.
Yes, sir.
What Metal Fist says, "Doc, here's the funny part. The space elevator parts also have alternate recipes, but they only unlock once you get the manufacturers. I have that in 2. If I get if new alternates open up, I might have to redesign entire production lines to match them. That could seriously mess with my current layout and factory flow.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay.
That's what happens when you're crazy and build your entire factory with all recipes. Crazy.
Yeah, but I do appreciate his updates.
It's a fun experiment, definitely.
It is. Okay, put it on that floor.
I would never do it because I'm not crazy.
Because you're not crazy. Okay. You need a little bit of craziness in order to build with just alternate recipes. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, 100%. Also have to be a little crazy to do Satisfactory Plus. Both of which Doc thinks are good ideas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, where did I...
Scorpio says there's shovels just in the form of miners.
Yep. Automated digging.
But how are you supposed to diggy hole with a miner? You can't. You just can't.
You just can't dig a hole with a miner. Okay.
Hey, Voidfire Titan, we're happy to have you here. Happy to have you ask any question you'd like. No need to apologize. So that's the whole point of the live stream, is to hang out, have fun, and learn how to play the game better.
And get answers to your burning questions too.
Yep.
Only the burning ones.
The rest can wait. Voidfire says, sorry, I'm talking a lot, maybe too much. But is it a bad first playthrough if you basically just stay with coal until you make it to nuclear? What I mean is, okay, like my first playthrough, I got to coal, then I eventually got the fuel, but I never got the fuel. Never built anything for it, if you will. My entire factory was all in one area and all sorts of spaghetti. Is that technically considered a bad playthrough?
No. Would not be a bad playthrough if that's the way you enjoyed playing it. I wonder what kind of, your builds from, your coal builds had to be pretty big, which would be the natural result of building off of coal, simply because your coal power plants, don't produce as much power compared to an oil or fuel-based power plant. So no, not a bad playthrough. It's just, wow, that's amazing you were able to get through without being pretty much forced to build an oil-based or fuel-based power plant along the way. I mean, now you can go straight to nuclear. Enjoy the incredible bump of electricity at that level. So,
I would bet, to talk about getting to fuel but never actually built it, I imagine, yeah, that's about where his playthrough probably ended. And I generally say that I don't think there's enough coal on the map to beat the game using only coal. Maybe. But at some point upgrading gets pretty close to being necessary. One Metal Fist says, without a little madness, the world would look incredibly boring. We're all a little crazy here and there. Honestly, that's what makes the world feel so interesting.
yeah. Yeah, you can definitely think that way.
The best part is we define what madness is, because madness is pretty much anything that doesn't conform to our normal way of thought. So it's interesting because we consider ourselves normal. Most everyone on the stream would consider themselves, well, maybe not normal, but, within the realm of. But who actually is?
Who is actually normal?
Me.
Great question,
I'm normal. All of you guys are weird.
That just sounds like intolerance. I'm gonna be honest with you.
No, I like weird people.
Why he keeps hanging out with me all the time.
There you go. Chroma says there is enough coal to beat the game because he's done it.
Wow. Okay.
Michael Hunter asks, do crash sites have designated hard drives with designated unlocks? Or do the hard drives have a random unlock?
They have a random unlock that is mostly governed by what you've already got in your library. Now, how does this happen? Where you can lay this down and be in the middle of 2 tick.
Yeah, hold control.
Yeah, I know, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
even at that, this curved just a little bit. I need to get some power over to here.
Void Fire Titan says, I'm definitely not normal. Normal people don't try to create a generator. In reality. Well, I'm trying to design one. I don't have enough money, nor am I old enough.
Okay.
That sounds awesome.
Design a generator in real life. There's where it is.
I tried to create my own fuel, but the problem with homemade fuels is that they don't have the same stabilizers, and so therefore it could destroy like your car engine, stuff like that, even though it's a lot cheaper to produce.
Interesting.
An interesting thought.
Mm-hmm.
And when and where did you try to do this?
It was something that I was attempting to do. You can do it with like composting and stuff like that. You know, like as a byproduct, you can create fuel from it. I like had started getting the materials together and started doing that, and then I did a little more research and realized I can't really use this, or I might break something. And I'm like, I don't have the money for things to break. So
I don't remember what it was, but there was a guy. I worked at a convention center for a couple of years, and one guy had a truck. Our head of security had a truck that could run on the expired oil from the kitchens. And so he'd actually go there quite often, and whenever we had an event where they were frying foods, and they'd after the event had like 50 gallons or whatever of used fry oil, he'd go and put it in his car, which is pretty cool.
and what would he do with it again?
His car burned it for fuel.
Oh,
So he had modified his car such that it would handle the
Yeah.
waste oil.
burnt fry oil.
That's cool. Now, did the car have a preference, peanut versus canola?
I'm sure it did.
Good lord.
Death Switch says, I have a 50K coal plant running right now. That's not overkill, right?
No,
You're asking the wrong people.
there is no such thing as overkill. You always build bigger, especially in power. You always build bigger than what you need. And the reason you build bigger than what you need is simply because eventually you'll need it.
Chinko, the car had a nut allergy.
There you go. Achroma says, we ran my mom's tow truck on straight vegetable oil we got from a chip factory. The problem is you need to change the oil every 2 weeks. Okay.
Change the regular oil, lubricant type oil, you assume?
I would assume that's what he means.
Chico said, no, the car turned out to have a nut allergy.
Oh no, this is bad. I'm screwed.
And Emmeline's here. She says, hello, Doc, how's it going?
Going good.
Did you use your real name? Good lord. Get a username, girl.
Voidfire's Titan says, the generator I'm trying to design, I call the steam core generator. The boiler system is a water tube boiler, which implies there's a fire on pipes, which have water that rapidly heats up because it takes less energy to heat up a small body of water. So it takes less energy to heat up a small body of water. That system is more efficient, has a faster boot up time, and you can reroute that steam that it makes back into the core. So turn it into a superheated system, or steam. And so that steam can go to the cold gasification system. I'm a nerd. Cool.
And all you have to do is get that to be efficient enough that it can compete. And once it gets efficient enough, then you'll have all kinds of people knocking on your door or aiming a gun at your head because you're taking away their revenue. Anyway.
What do I go? I go by Panache.
Conspiracy theory here. Sorry. What about Panache?
Emmeline was asking what I go by. It's not a logical nickname, but it's a nickname that's not my normal name.
And it's a nickname you've had for many, many years.
Yes. Made it up when I was like, what, I think like 13 or 14, something like that.
Yeah.
It's a good name.
All right, I need to bring the heat sinks up here. Need to remember what floor I did the heat sinks on. Got it?
Oh no. Acroma says he found out the hard way that they have to change the oil every 2 weeks.
Uh-oh.
Because the dad didn't change it for 6 months. Rumor has it the gunk is still stuck in that pan that's been upside down now for over a decade.
The what's still stuck in the pan?
The oil pan, or the gunk, the vegetable oil.
Is still stuck in the pan. Well, yeah, vegetable oil burns at a much, much lower level than does regular fuel oil.
I just have a hard time because I've seen quite a few grease fires in my time, and I'm just kind of wondering, like, how do they avoid the engine just combusting? That's more of a mechanical question, but
Well, engines burn a certain amount of oil all the time,
yeah.
but it's such a small amount that it lasts 3 or 4 months before you even notice that it's dipping down. So
I guess the only reason I'm wondering is because, like you said, canola oil burns at a much higher rate or whatever,
at a
and
much lower temperature is what I was trying to say.
yeah. I understood what you meant. I just didn't know the right words to redefine it. So it burns at a higher rate or a different temperature, and fires with like canola oil or peanut oil is very common. So I'm just wondering, like, if like and engine oil is stabilized at least to avoid combustion up to a certain temperature. Like, I mean, like you said, it combusts at a higher temperature than canola.
Right.
So how? Oh Lord.
Lower temperature, you mean?
I'm probably gonna die. Anyway, I'm just wondering how they stabilize this to make that work.
Yeah. If Henry Ford were here, gosh, he'd be able to tell us a whole world of things, right? Like, how did he get it all to work? What I'd like to know at times.
What oil did he use?
He used regular, fuel-based motor oil. I mean, the biggest thing that he had to work out was how do you fire your cylinders in order, in the right order.
Yeah, didn't you have to like develop a timing chain to make that happen? Okay.
The beginning of the timing chain, yeah.
And this is coming from somebody who's never. I don't know anything about cars. I know how to change my oil. That's pretty much all I know how to do.
I'm glad you know that much.
So one metal fist says, referring to the truck I was talking about at the convention center, I'm probably talking about people running diesel engines on vegetable oil. That's not new. It's called SVO, straight vegetable oil, or WVO for waste vegetable oil. It usually works with older diesel engines and requires modifications like heating the fuel, since vegetable oil is thicker than regular diesel. It's been around for years, an alternative fuel companies.
Interesting.
That sounds very much like it because it was a large, I think it was an F-250. So it was a larger truck with a larger engine. Easily could have been diesel. So, yeah.
Diesel is way better of fuel than regular gas. It's insane.
And Michael Hunter would like to know if he gets his credits for being weird because he's trying to make a manga with no art.
Oh man, thank goodness.
He says he'll have art eventually, but he gotta learn.
He's gonna learn today.
I think writing is awesome, whatever you're getting.
It stretches your mind too. Like you learn a lot and you develop a lot of stuff.
Yep. And Dip Tang says, "Sup, Doc?"
Well, trying to figure out how to get a. I'm working on getting a. Come on, what do you call it? A cooling system. A run made. So.
Nice. And One Metal Fist says, speaking of the vegetable oil diesel, quite often it uses a setup to heat the vegetable oil first, so it has like a 2-tank system. It starts and stops on diesel, but it runs when hot on the oil. That's cool. I think that's a great idea. And Jared Davis says, "What are you building? Just join the stream. Love the content."
Good. Right now I'm building a plant for the cooling system, which requires blenders. And so you've got these 10 blenders right here. Looking to get the next product coming in, which is the the radiator looking thing. It's this heat sink. Need to bring the heat sink up to here. I'm producing that on a floor below here, I think. Just gonna have to look for it again. So I'm gonna update this floor with didn't I edited it? Okay, stop. Fused modular frames. So,
Baby zombies with swords.
what? Uh-oh.
He said, "Baby zombies with swords."
They already pack enough of a punch and they're hard enough to hit, and now he's a sword.
There aren't any baby zombies in Satisfactory.
I apologize.
Stop relating fiction on my Satisfactory stream.
I'm sorry.
But guess what? The new update, baby zombies will look even better.
They'll have even smaller hitboxes. Yay.
Yeah, I put it on the level with the AI limiter, I believe. Okay, so let's just go down one floor to the AI limiter. Well, it's more than one floor. Let's go to that floor. Oh gosh, this elevator music is about ready to annoy me.
Yeah, it's not my favorite.
Okay.
I tell you what, Void Fire, your description kind of loses me a little bit, but we do have that showcase coming up next week, And if you have some picture or a diagram or something you'd like to share, show off what you've been designing, that'd be really cool to look at during next Tuesday, so on the 3rd. So if you go to our Discord and you post that in the IRL channel,
In real life.
that'd be kind of fun to see.
Yeah, it would.
I have to say that, we were talking about Stargate there for a bit. And I love Stargate. I think Stargate's great. But there's, when we talk about Star Wars and Stargate and all those shows, there's two others that don't get mentioned as much, and they deserve to be.
Battlestar?
What, Spaceballs?
No.
Spaceballs doesn't make it on the list. Oh, I'm
First
sad.
off, not a TV show. That was
Okay,
a single
fine.
one-off movie. It was funny, but not nearly. Yeah.
Sorry, I intentionally derailed you there. I
You
apologize.
jerk. No, Babylon 5 and Battlestar Galactica.
Did I ever watch Babylon 5?
I bet you didn't.
I should.
Babylon 5 started, I think, with a lot lower budget, because the first season is not at all impressive. The first season is kind of not great, but it feels like it's pure Star Trek, and it's just a lot of fun and has a great story. And one thing they do really well at Babylon 5 is they do have it feel like it has more of a specific story than Star Trek, of course, which is just fully episodic.
Yeah, I think that's something that has been improved upon with modern TV shows, that each episode builds on each other more than older shows did.
Yeah.
Because older shows were mostly sitcoms, well, at least in a lot of cases, not mostly, but they couldn't build upon one another because people might not have seen it, not seen the other episodes.
Yeah.
So they couldn't have an advancing storyline very easily.
Yeah, and it was such a new medium. They just hadn't developed that concept yet, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No,
I
no
like space shows. Even as bad as they did on mucking up the storyline on Star Wars, I still have a hard time not enjoying it when I even watch those later Star Wars.
I enjoyed Episode 7 in the theaters. I did enjoy it. It's bad Star Wars. It ruins the universe. But I still enjoyed watching.
Me, I have a sore throat today, so that's why I sound different.
Where'd that answer come from?
He said
Garrett's
Garrett's voice sounds different.
Oh, Garrett's voice. Well, because it's not Garrett. Garrett's playing hooky today.
Eric says, Red Dwarf for the win. I have not watched Red Dwarf, and I feel bad for not.
Oh, I thought it was a me reference.
I was watching the Arkham Menard race this last week,
Yeah?
and they had a midget as one of the pit crew. I mean, usually it's these big, burly guys hauling around these tires and putting them on.
Yeah?
And they had this midget there putting on tires, and he was just huffing it along with the rest of those guys.
Good for him, I guess.
It was,
It just goes to show that midgets can do anything they set their mind to.
I guess so. It was
And
just
the big enough step stool.
their mind in a step stool. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that was a different subject, by the way, Doc.
Yes, it was.
A very different subject.
Yes, it very definitely was.
That's the NASCAR. What's it called? Junior leagues or whatever.
Yeah, basically Arkham Menard series. It goes the Arkham Menard series, which has an East Coast, West Coast, Central, and main group. I think Central is just the main group. With those three different kind of leagues of Arkham Menard, they funnel into the truck series at NASCAR, and then that goes to this mid-range series, which was last year was the Xfinity series, and this year it's the O'Reilly series. Different sponsors, but it's that middle tier. and then it goes to the Cup Series, which is the top tier of NASCAR racing. So,
Cool.
and the reason I got interested in ARCA Menard is because one racer that I like to cheer on is Haley Deegan. She was really successful in ARCA at one point. Then she made it up to the Xfinity Series and kind of stubbed her toe. In Truck Series, she just didn't succeed in truck all that well, and somebody gave her a whack at going to the next level, and terminated her contract midway through the season.
Oh no.
Yeah, so she's rebuilding.
Okay.
She went down and ran IndyCar for a while. IndyCar Next, which is the lower series of Indy cars, getting experience in open wheel, and but anyway, yeah, she's rebuilding, and just need to find where her. It's like the only place I can get her videos of the races is on this website that I've got to pay $12.99 a month for, and I don't think I'm willing to go there.
You're not that much of a fan.
Exactly. I'm just a poor retired guy. All right.
Poor old man, I can't afford such things.
Yes, Garrett. Yes, Spencer.
There we go.
So maybe Bacon Man was not so far off.
Well, what?
No, it just being Garrett with a different voice.
Yeah.
Michael Hunter, absolutely, you can share whatever you're making, whatever art or story or whatever. If it's something short enough that it can be shared on stream, like a screenshot of something, go ahead and put it in the showcase. But yeah, go ahead. There's off-topic forums for whatever you want to share. So, but back to the important thing that I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
Car racing.
What do you want?
Somebody mentioned Red Dwarf, which is
That's what brought up the ARCA Menard racing, is you mentioned a red dwarf.
what? Oh, that's what brought it to mind.
Yes.
Oh, brother, Red Dwarf, as in the kind of star, Doc.
A star.
A red dwarf is one of the.
Well, I mean, he
favorites.
was the star of the pit crew.
Oh my gosh.
Man, I can't make any headway at all. Okay, you may talk now. I'll try not to interrupt. He's speechless.
Yeah, I'm speechless. Battlestar Galactica, and I think Acroma said that he watched the original Battlestar Galactica, which Doc, I believe you did as well, right?
I don't think I did. I think
Really?
I just watched the ones we have the DVDs for.
Yeah. I think the strangest thing they did when they went to the new one is they made Starbuck a woman instead of a man,
Yes,
which changed a lot of the dynamics.
because I had never seen the other ones. It was totally normal to me.
Yeah, so when I looked at, I think it was some director's cut or something, they said basically the original Starbuck as a guy was basically Han Solo and felt too much like a character we all knew already. And so wanted to make it unique and said, by turning Starbuck into a woman and then building a romance between Starbuck and the captain's son, who in the original series I think they were just really good friends or something, building a romance there that really changed the dynamic of the main core cast. And yeah, I enjoyed the show. I also enjoyed the spin-off shows, which they had performed better because I wanted to see more of that universe. Wasn't he considered a male chauvinist in the original series? Possibly, but I think the show was in the 70s, right, Doc?
Believe so. Well,
So
it can't be that old. Early 70s would be. Oh, you mean the original show?
Yeah, the original.
Yeah, that was when I was in high school. That's why I wasn't in tune to it.
Yeah.
It would have just been on television. It wouldn't have been on DVDs or anything else.
So, if he was considered a male chauvinist at that time, it was. I mean, a chauvinist in the 70s. It was just a rogue, you know. So. Acroma saw some of the Andromeda. Doc, you know what Andromeda is? That makes sense. That rings a bell.
Yeah, it rings a bell to me too. I'm just not.
The only Andromeda I remember is the space video game. But it wasn't called Andromeda. That was the name. That was just one of the ones in the series.
Okay.
I know, super helpful.
One Metalfest says, "Oh no, Doc's wearing a red shirt. You know what that means in sci-fi?"
No, what does it mean?
The Star Trek fan doesn't understand. Okay.
Red shirts never make it through the end of the episode, Doc. In the original Star Trek and Next Gen, a lot of the extras were red shirts, and so whenever they had a mission like on planet or whatever else, if they send red shirts with them, there's a high likelihood that they'd die.
How does the viewer know that they're a red shirt?
They wear a red shirt.
Literally?
Yeah.
On screen.
On screen.
It's just a signal to the audience.
I don't think it was intentionally a signal. I think it was just the officers all have a special colored shirt, and the regular crew has a certain color shirt. But we only ever follow the officers, so we don't know the regular crew very much. And so if the regular crew on a mission, usually it's because somebody's going to die.
Interesting.
So it was more a thing of happenstance than by intent.
Hopefully it was by intent later on. That's funny.
Eric says Andromeda equals Hercules in space with Kevin Sorbo as the main character. And Kevin Sorbo is Hercules, so. I'm gonna have to look up Andromeda because I don't remember it. But that sounds very familiar. Yeah, okay. Gene Roddenberry's Andromeda had 5 seasons.
Star Trek. Interesting. Gene Roddenberry made Star Trek.
Yeah.
So we're talking Gene Roddenberry making another episode of some type.
It's a show. It was produced after Gene Roddenberry passed away, but using some of his material he left.
Oh, okay. Material that he left behind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Yeah,
would hate for
great.
anybody to make a show of anything I left behind.
Interesting.
Roma sent you the Wikipedia page.
I didn't see a pop-up meeting in Discord. And Vital Try Harder, first time chat, says hi.
Right.
So, okay, yeah, so Andromeda looks like it started in, I'm looking for a year, from 2000 to 2005, and was, yeah, a very space opera, Star Trek-like show, you know, from the same character, from the same writer, so. Cool.
One to look up. Definitely.
Yeah. It's from that same era. There were so many, like, in the early 2000s, a lot of really good space shows, all kind of banking off of Star Trek and everything. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Very campy. Very low production value, generally. You know?
Well, and by the way, here's my here's my priority pipes thing here. I do have the output from these back here going into the pipeline here, and with those going into there, these are my packagers which send them to the sink, and I at this point, even though I've got output, being recycled, I don't quite have enough water. So nothing is going over the hill to the, over the lift here to the recyclers. So I'm successfully recycling all the water that I have, fortunately. I just wish I had a bit more water, because I am getting flow rate here. Let's see what that goes up to. It's only going up to 300. Do I only have one water extractor on that? I might only have one water extractor, which means I've got an area of improvement to make. Area of improvement that I can make.
Voidfire Titan says, fun fact, I'm actually making a story. My story has a multiverse, corrupted gods, crystals that give people the ability of gods. And depending on how that crystal is, it's a first generation crystal. That's the strongest type. Second generation is the second strongest. Currently, my story takes place in a long amount of time. First generation crystals were created in the very beginning of the entire metaverse. And my story currently takes place in the 6th generation, in the crystal era, called Blackfire.
All right. I have 2 water pumps hooked up to this, but guess what?
Doctor Who's good.
No pipe.
Up until what? Like, I saw it to Matt Smith, and I know that was good. I have zero interest in watching any of the new stuff. Anything after Peter Capaldi was complete flop. I didn't like any of his stuff. And I have less interest now that they've tried making a girl Doctor Who. So I used to, and this is. I used to love Doctor Who. Like, I binge watched Doctor Who, loved Christopher Eccleston, and then he became kind of a prat. And then David Tennant was amazing, and Matt Smith was pretty awesome as well. I think I liked Tennant better, but the Doctor all through history has been male, and suddenly like, oh, women have to be things too, so we have to make him a girl.
I think the show had already gone way downhill by then.
Yeah, I don't think that was the thing that made it wrong. I mean, that would have made me not like it. But it was just a contributing factor. It was like, I don't really have interest in going back.
Yeah,
Yeah, you used to swear by Doctor Who, Robert.
Yeah. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I even watched quite a bit of the old Who as well. The old series was fun. It was campy, but it was still fun. I like a lot of that. Some of that older British television is fun. But for me, the breaking point was Souffle Girl.
Souffle Girl?
Yeah, I can't remember her actual character name.
Clara Oswald.
There you go, Clara. When she came in, one of the kind of the staples of the show is you have the Doctor and the Companion. And the Doctor is always incredibly smart, and he has a certain ethos, and the Companion is always there to be kind of our eyes into the show, right?
Oh, in other words, she's the one that asks the questions that help the audience.
Yeah. And they did some fun stuff with those with the companions over time, but there was kind of a change where suddenly, in multiple episodes, where Clara was the one who was the moral center, and the Doctor was the bumbling fool, and she had to pull him back and reel him in, and
that was mostly in the Peter Capaldi side of things, as far as I understand. A
little bit before Peter Capaldi, because in the last season before him, that was starting to happen quite a bit, which was really turning me off to it. And then in Capaldi's era is when it got really bad.
Yeah, I mean, I loved pretty much everything Matt Smith did. I think he did a great job portraying the Doctor. I thought, my favorite one is Christopher Eccleston. To be perfectly fair,
he was amazing.
but he was obviously like he was only one season. He didn't have as much, as much time as the Doctor as David Tennant. David Tennant's I think probably my number one past Eccleston.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd have to. I'd rank it the same.
And the only one I saw was
Christopher Eccleston.
Tennant. David
Tennant.
Tennant.
Okay.
Tennant, I think, honestly, was the best. So, Christopher Eccleston, I still enjoy him. I still like it, but just I'm really sad by what happened there. I don't know if he was being the Pratt or somebody else, but they had to invent the War Doctor because of all that.
Yeah, I felt like John Hurt did a good job on that, but it felt completely unnecessary.
Yeah, I wish John Hurt could have been his own thing, but anyway.
I think that if they, instead of having to create a War Doctor, if there was a Doctor, honestly, I wish Capaldi had never happened. I didn't like him at all. I think he portrayed the Doctor horribly. If he had been instead a John Hurt, no nonsense kind of Doctor, a little bit more of the elder style Doctor, I feel like it would have been really cool.
Interesting.
I mean, I really like John Hurt, especially from his tenure as being Ollivander.
Yeah, he was also the dragon.
Oh, John Hurt was Ollivander in Harry Potter?
Yes.
Interesting. I didn't know who John Hurt was.
Dragon in Merlin.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Eric says, "Oh, so you're a latecomer to Doctor Who."
I was, yeah, definitely.
A lot of people.
I never saw the original series at all.
Yeah, there was a lot of people who love the original series, and yeah, there was a huge bit of well, you only like New Who,
New Who,
New Who. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, Eric says I personally like Capaldi way more than Smith. It's a question of taste. They
intentionally made him dumb. And the first comment I remember him saying was, "My liver's the wrong color." And I'm like, everything else that the doctors have said, it was weird. But he said that was the most inherently dumb comment I feel like could have been made. And then they just continued along those lines. He was just a stupid man. I'm sure Peter. I saw Peter Capaldi in other things, and I thought Peter Capaldi did excellent in other acting roles. They just portrayed him as a stupid doctor.
I think they were trying to recreate the magic of the first couple episodes of Matt Smith with fish sticks and custard,
which was funny because he was a young guy, kind of quirky. I mean, the whole thing that he ended up in a tweed suit and a bow tie, he was very quirky.
Yeah.
And so that fit. But then you have this older guy who's very kind of supposed to be stern, kind of like a no-nonsense kind of guy, like I mentioned before. And then he's talking about his liver being the wrong color and doing a bunch of bumbling around like he's, he should probably be in a home rather than be flying the TARDIS around, And it's just,
So, I think we're going to move on to another subject.
Wow.
But
I'm opinionated.
About the way Garrett handles some subjects, we've kind of hit Spencer's subject right here.
I guess so.
Spencer loved Doctor Who, and we all love Doctor Who.
But hey, it was an interesting discussion because I hadn't heard some of these perspectives before. So
yeah, I used to fire up a VPN in order to use the BBC player to watch episodes of Who.
okay.
Which I'm sure there's some record somewhere where they're trying to send a report to see if I paid my TV license to be able to watch it. Anyway.
You've got to pay your dues to the BBC.
One Metal Fist says, "Doc, I think I found a clean way to fix the aluminum setup. What if we place fluid buffers and storage tanks for the byproduct from the acid refineries? Build 2 mirrored rows and let the water output from the first machines feed into the tanks first. Then on the other side, we place the aluminum scrap machines and reuse that stored water directly in the process. That way the water never backs up, it just cycles through the system."
go ahead and try it. That's one thing I've never tried.
Yep.
I tend to not use fluid buffers because they tend to create sloshing and make it difficult to get good throughput on your pipes. But try it out. Maybe it'll work. And if you get it to work, I'd like to see a picture of your setup in the with an explanation in the
The showcase.
showcase. Thank you. Okay.
Teddy asked, "Who are these yappers?"
Well, besides Doc, I have my youngest son in here. Introduce yourself, Robert. Garrett. I'm Spencer. I mean.
Hi, my name is Robert Garrett Spencer. Nice to meet you all.
I didn't deliberately do that. I really didn't. Oh, anyway. And that's Spencer, and then Robert, my editor, who's usually most of the time always with me.
Usually, most of the time, always with Doc.
There I go. Why did I fumble that?
My name is Robert, and I am always here.
Yep,
the one who isn't here today is Garrett, because he's playing Minecraft, sitting at home like a doofus. So I'm gonna go shake my fist at him. He's probably gonna complain about his back hurting from doing so much work yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Because he can't sit in this chair.
Anyway.
He can sit in his chair at the house, but he can't sit in the chair here and help with the stream.
Right. We'll rag on him after this.
Yes, we will definitely rag on him.
But then again, if he was here, I don't know if the Doctor Who conversation ever would have ended.
That's true.
I don't know what his opinions on Doctor Who is at all. I guess I'll have to come to dinner at some point. And we'll have to have a round table discussion.
Well, you're going to dinner over there tomorrow, so
Yep,
in case they haven't informed you,
I've been informed.
and they're making pizza.
Mm-hmm. A homemade 3-meat pizza.
That sounds good.
I think ads are over because Voidfire wanted us to wait to answer this question.
Okay.
He says, "Doc, I see your inventory, and I'm kind of curious why you have thousands of rebar."
Oh, jeez. Okay, I have thousands of rebar because I was told that I couldn't fly, had to go out and battle, go out and collect fauna and battle flora. Collect flora and battle fauna. I don't like those terms. Battle animals and collect the weeds. Anyway, and so I took with me a bunch of rebar so I could shoot the animals. And then he told me that all I could use was my sword, or this thing there, the Xenobasher. So I have all this and didn't end up using it, and there it sits.
Yep.
Just because I've still got room and it hasn't forced me to purge yet, is all. So, anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Anyway.
Well, we have a couple of other comments which have come through, which we kind of missed because conversation went past them.
Okay.
But I'd like to read them anyway, because if you guys are still here, we are reading everything, even if we don't get to it all.
We just ignore it sometimes.
No, try not to.
Replying to Spencer, somebody who said the hitboxes of baby zombies are actually larger, and that doesn't allow them to enter through certain block gaps.
Thank goodness. I need to just build those blocks around me in a way that they like hover around me at all times.
There you go.
Because I cannot stand them. They drive me nuts.
Pagan says, "Hey Doc, you ever inserted a Fix-It coupon into a sink?
I have.
And what crazy thing happened?"
Out you get is a Tesla car, the Tesla truck, right?
Yep. You unlock it, at least.
You unlock the Tesla truck, and then if you're actually a fool enough to make one, you find that they don't drive and they only turn right,
They have square wheels.
straight or right, and they have square wheels. Yeah.
And your character is underneath the truck.
Is Coffee Stain trying to make a point about Cybertrucks?
Yes.
Trying to make a point that they don't like Tesla anyway. Don't like Elon Musk anyway.
Yeah, I think that they're just making fun of the Cybertruck looking silly. That's
And that it
the only
does.
reason.
It does make fun of the Cybertruck, yes.
I
gotten to see a few in person, and they all look silly.
Because all I know is I read constantly comments where people say, it looked ridiculous. And then I rode in one, and it's amazing. And people saying, I don't care what it looks like now because the ride was amazing. It's okay. Okay, you know what? Fine.
The only problem with them is that they didn't have like a... I think what I heard was they were getting recalled because there was no mechanical release for the door. So when the car would get would shut down, people would just be trapped inside the vehicle.
Yeah, interesting.
That's what I heard. I didn't read the report on it myself.
I mean, they're still being produced, so maybe there was a partial recall or something.
Yeah, like they had to adjust that if that's the case. I'm not trying to spout that as doctrine for sure, but that's what I heard.
Sure.
I need more aluminum. I definitely need more aluminum. These two that are making aluminum scrap, I need to just duplicate this floor over above it or something. Or I need to make a whole floor that just makes the aluminum ingot, because I restricted myself here by adding the alclad aluminum sheet and the casing line, all on the same line. But at 60 per minute, you would have thought that was doing much better, but these are getting starved for ingots, especially at the end of the line. They're getting starved for ingots because I've got only two manufacturers, two refineries here making aluminum scrap, and they're feeding a fairly consistent line of aluminum scrap, but frankly can't produce enough aluminum ingots. And when I overclock them any more than this, the back part of this just goes to sleep, goes idle, like now. So I can just take that one out because it doesn't need to be there. It needs to request it a little bit less. I think all the others are overclocked just 50%, but still that one's going idle once in a while too.
Well, Doc, hopefully you can get things started to wrap up here because it's about 1:45.
I don't want it to be 1:45. Roll the clock back an hour, please. I don't like to quit when it comes to quitting time. I struggle with that. Like doing this. I just enjoy doing this. I enjoy the fact that we've got 61 people still watching us on YouTube, and I don't know how many on Twitch, 44 more on Twitch. So, well over 100 people that are signed in watching us, and that is just amazing to me. I really, really appreciate everybody that's here. And I enjoy, frankly, all the discussion that goes on. I learned a few things about Doctor Who that I didn't know before. Not that it's critical or essential information, it's just very interesting. Anyway, so yeah, I still need to make the turbo motor. I don't think I completely finished the cooling system. Let's go take a quick look at that. Let's see if I got it running yet. I think I did.
Icy Knight says, and I love being here.
All right, thanks, Icy Knight. Thanks for you've been able to come the last couple times, which is really neat.
And Jay Fallen says, just 5 more minutes, please.
Well, yeah, we'll be here 14 more minutes. 14 more minutes, so let's see how many cooling systems we've got. We've got plenty to unlock it. So I'm going to go ahead and take those, and the next thing I do will be working on turbo motors.
Bacon says, I need to build a Dalek-shaped factory in this game.
Yeah.
There you go.
I've toyed with the idea of building something like that because I would learn a lot about architecture because I don't do anything. I know how to build windows and walls. I don't do much more than windows and walls at this point, and I probably ought to force myself to learn something more than that. I really like the idea of building that that big Star Trek Enterprise that somebody was building.
Mm-hmm.
Can't remember who was doing that. It was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. What if, because that's been done before, what if you make Galactica?
Yeah, but do they have any good plans for Galactica?
Oh, yeah.
And good pictures of it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There's a 3D model I've been kind of halfway wanting to print for a long time of it, but it's like a 3.5 foot long ship.
3.5 what?
Foot long ship.
Oh, that would be neat.
Yeah.
Do you have it downloaded?
I know where it is.
Get started. Come on.
And if we're going to print it, we have to hang it from the ceiling if we finish it. Okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Are we looking for a new stream background? Is that the plan here?
By the way, Doc, looks like you're going to the Productive Packer Deluxe before the end of the stream.
Okay. Okay. Hey, 2 successes in one stream. I don't know if I could handle that. Because I'm trying to get 2 stars and everything, I got that 2nd star. Let's try it here. See what happens. I'm going too slow.
What? Doc, do you even know what a TARDIS looks like?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I know what a Dalek looks like. I'm sorry. I don't know if I know what a TARDIS looks like.
Well, on the exterior, it's just a police phone box, like one of the old style ones.
Oh, the phone booth.
Yeah.
Okay. I get the phone booth, yeah. $13.57, not enough to get a 2nd star. Okay.
But it's a new high score for you.
Yeah, it is a new high score. So that's good. Pretty cool. I'm getting better at it. I think I can attribute my star rupture training to that. Getting used to this extra sensitive mouse.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's go to the office and talk about what's going on. I joined Doug's server recently. Who's Doug?
Officer Doug.
Officer Doug? Okay. Some of the builders on his community are genuine artistes. And it's generally vanilla. Generally vanilla too. It's amazing. All right. Thought you were talking about something else when I said TARDIS. All right. One middle fist says, I can't believe this vehicle is still on the road. Tesla Cybertruck has faced multiple quality and reliability compliance since launch, including panel gaps, trim pieces detaching, windshield issues, electrical bugs, and accelerator pedal problems. Several recalls were issued over safety defects like loose panels, electrical failures, and rising concerns about overall build quality. Well, it was a brand new product, and brand new products usually have a lot of bugs in them. Products just get better over time. So it doesn't really worry me that the quality issues were in the beginning, because they had bugs to work out. And Tesla's, Elon Musk is very much an agile, principled builder in the respect that he builds it to the best he can, gets the features out there, and then keeps iterating to make it better. That's why he launches so many starships and why there's been so many unmanned launches and so many failures. But you wouldn't you wouldn't criticize him because he's making a whole lot more progress than, for example, Boeing, who can't seem to get off the ground. So Elon Musk, I still count on him to be real strong in the area of working things out. I trust that he can get that done. All right. Do we have Spencer? If you could watch the other one for me, I don't know where I'm at on the other
one.
YouTube. On YouTube.
What do you need me to watch on YouTube specifically?
Well, maybe Robert could.
I don't think we have anything else new coming for you.
Okay, Cletus McFarland.
Oh, sorry.
Cletus.
Yeah, it's good old Cletus who crashed on the 6th lap of the truck race. He was so embarrassed. I saw an interview after that race when he just spun out in a single car accident and hit the wall, and he was so embarrassed. He just, you couldn't even hardly, he was just beside himself. Then the next day he competes in the ARCA race and ends up at 11th. After being pushed all the way to the back because of a flat tire that ended up putting him in the back late in the race. So he made it from clear in the back to, I think, 30th or 28th place, something like that, all the way back up to 11th before the race ended. So he did actually pretty good. So I'm excited to see him continue in the Arkham and Art series and continue seeing him progress. That's going to be cool. That's going to be cool. So we have a first-time chat from the Secret Ham. Hey, Doc. Is that kind of like green eggs and ham? But anyway, hey, Doc. I came across your videos about half a year ago when looking for help for Satisfactory, and I love them. I was wondering if you have tips how to manage expansion so I don't have to delete my factory when moving to the higher tiers. You definitely don't want to delete your factory. You want to just build on it. In other words, if you've got production there, keep producing there. Transport it if you must. Build next to it to expand it if you can, and just keep on going forward. This particular factory right here, I'm going to I can't show you because I'm in the office. Where I left and had my hub on this top floor, I'm on top of the old factory. The new factory is built right next to it, where I build much cleaner looking, much more complex products there and transport up the side of the building. So it works. Oh, ads. Rip ads. Oh, gosh. So, Secret Ham, I am talking with you. And if your ad got in the way of me talking to you, I'm so sorry. But to manage expansion, you build to the side of it, or just take out some of those and put the raw materials over the side of it so you can expand other pieces of it. But just never destroy your old factories. Find a way to make them, expand them, and make them work, okay? And Chinko put a message on Discord for Spencer. Okay. Have a computer to pack up later, kiddos. All right, Akroma. Have a good time while you're away from us at the moment. Look forward to seeing you back again. Okay. Okay. I've just seen it, Mega Media Bacon Man says. Okay. Is that? Who are these yappers?
We did answer that one.
You did answer that one, so
Yeah.
That's why you say nothing's really happening.
Where am I looking for this chat?
Oh, you see the combined chat, Spencer, so you don't see them separate. So
I know, but he said he put a message in Discord for me, and I don't see one. Where am I looking?
Voidfire
in
Titans
members
back.
hangout.
Voidfire Titans is back. Good to have you back after the ad. Okay. Might be able to join. My ping will probably be very high, though. Okay. Well, hope to see you.
Shovel.
Got a shovel? Cheerio, lads. Off to dinner. Mega Meaty Bacon Man's fixing dinner and getting
Eat
off
some bacon
something.
for me, man.
Definitely. Definitely. Speedy Twix, first time chat. Hey, I'm new here, but I've seen so many of your shorts. Keep up the great work. I'm looking forward to seeing more from you. There will continue to be more. Definitely, especially when we get more information on 1.2. We'll be putting out tips on the new stuff that's coming out in 1.2, especially an evaluation of the new tanker trucks, which will move fluids, which will be an interesting addition to the game as we need to move water and oil and so forth, maybe that's another possible solution for moving it. So just watch season 4 of Bridgerton, and I'm heartbroken, but it was worth it. Sorry, couldn't have been more active today on chat. That's okay, Lexi. Bridgerton by far, I'm sure, is more important than watching me. But
Bridgerton will live on streams forever. Doc won't.
Okay.
Prioritize.
Prioritize. Very good. Very good.
Okay, well, one last reminder to any members, we are doing a live stream tomorrow afternoon. So, and that will be on Discord. So if you are a member on YouTube, subscriber on Twitch, please join us there. And we're probably going to be talking a lot about the new update.
Mm-hmm. And while Robert finds somebody to raid, I do want to mention Ping Players. The server, the community server that we have that I started on today, does run on the Ping Players server. Well, okay. Anyway, I'll finish this. They've given me a code so that you can get 35% off your first subscription to Ping Players. I know that Mark, Danum SY in stream, has used the 35% off, and it was amazingly cheap when he told me. I couldn't believe how cheap it was after the 35% off. So do that. I'm not privy to all their price lists because in order for them to sponsor me and do my work with them and give them videos and stuff, they give me the 2 servers that we use. So Chinko won't be here. Best of luck to us guys. Okay.
We're going to be raiding Frank's place today.
All right.
Nice. He's a lot of fun.
Okay. Let's see what Frank's place has to offer. And good day to all of you. I appreciate you being here. We're waiting for the raid. So you're going to hit the raid now button?
Yep. Well, we'll pop the intro and get it done.
Okay.